Alrighty, everyone, and welcome back. Week 2, Day 2 of the TPC here with Guardian Angel League. My name is Robin, and this is Al. We're going to be your casters for the first half of today. How are we doing, Al?
I'm feeling pretty good. Ready for some good games. Ready to start knocking out more players.
Yeah, it unfortunately, as is tournament fashion, we will be seeing some people win, some people lose. But with every loss, the pool gets significantly smaller, and well, that's how tournaments go, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday was 6 games of um, some really good TFT. 8 players did not move on to today, and then today every 2 games we're going to lose. I think it's 8-4-4. So we're going to narrow it down to the final 8 at the end of the day. So a lot of people need to be on their you know best level today to make it into the top spots.
Yeah, everyone is going to need to bring their A game if they wish to proceed further on with this tournament going on into day 3. But sort of going into that, who has caught your eye? Who are you especially excited to see?
You know, JRC has really been going pretty crazy. We saw him in the first week, had some really strong games, and then really hit the ground running in week 2. So um, I think it was pretty early actually in the day yesterday that he got into a good position and he just held on. I think even the last game, he might have had a lower placement and it really didn't matter because he was just in such a good spot. And these stats are really clean as well. So he's having a good tournament so far.
Yeah, especially has had a considerable top 4 rate, and not even that, top 2. 2 games having a first, and 2 games having a second, and a fifth, and a seventh, sorry, to take up. But like you mentioned, has not mattered whatsoever. Just a completely dominant game to have, a dominant day, sorry, going on into day 2. So definitely going to be someone to watch. And as you can see, we are immediately thrown into game with a Twisted Fate opener here. Now, tell me, Al, if you know, what does this do?
You know what? This one I don't remember. I don't know if this is all gold or something to do with the augments, but we'll find out soon, I guess.
We shall find out soon. That is true. I know a few of them. I know, like, Zoe gives you loot, or maybe it's Tom Kench now. It's all blurry.
Yeah, it gets fuzzy when it's like I know the ones that I like the most. Like I'm a
Mhm.
sicko, so I love the Rise Encounter. I love to get emblems and overcook and go sixth, but the other ones that are a bit less juicy, I lose track of.
That's very fair. You know, on the flip side, I particularly love having that Lissandra encounter. Having so many
Yeah.
openers with those 5 1-cost champions that you get to start off with as well as Xin Zhao being able to start with a 2-cost.
Yeah, so there's definitely some good angles right now for that a good 2 cost can set you up for. Um, and yeah, we've had a couple of Lissandra games this weekend where we've seen people set up some interesting angles and get some lucky shops and hit some of these early 2-star units. So we'll see what we
Mm.
get this time. I'm taking a peek on the right side and just seeing who's holding on to what. I see at least one Yasuo, so at least Chunnington is thinking about maybe a potential Ionia Yone game. So we'll see what the Ionia is and if it's one of the fun ones.
Hopefully. I do love seeing a fun Ionia board. But looking at some of these other ones, JLC, that player that we mentioned, has that bruiser lineup already, and we get to go. Oh, Golden Gala is our encounter, actually.
Oh, it
So
was
it
all
does
gold.
look like it's going to be all gold. Being here deleted with Salvage Bin, Two Trick, and Epoch. Ooh, an advanced loan would be really good here. We know it's only going to be golds, so it's not detrimental truly. But that's a Trials of
Click it!
Twilight. Oh
Please!
no,
Let us have
they
one!
went for advanced loan instead.
Uh,
Wait, is that Setsuko on the lifting competition?
oh, I love that. Lifting competition is
Oh
so
my
much fun.
goodness.
I love a good augment that gives you a little mini game to play. Like, let me
Yeah.
micromanage all of my health pools and hit these breakpoints. It's a
Mhm.
lot of fun.
Yeah, looking at some of these others, we've got JLC on the Hustler, by the looks of things. Setsuko with that lifting competition. Marcel with the solo plate. Deleted obviously went for that advanced loan. Pokygum on slamming. And I actually don't know. Does Shaco have worth the weight? And I don't actually know what
Um,
Cambuli or
so
Chunibun
Camuli, I
has.
believe that's late game scaling, so he gets 2 XP per turn, and then his 5 costs get some extra stats later on. And then Shaco has aura farming, so he had, I think it was a Zillion, a 2-star Zillion that he'll unlock at 4-2
Ooh.
with a free jeweled gauntlet as well.
That's a really, really strong 5 cost to have.
Yeah, that's a really good one to have right now. We've always been keeping an eye on it. Yesterday and last weekend, of if people click on aura farming, who do they get? How can they build around it?
Mhm.
And also, Cora was making a really good point yesterday that it's such a different dynamic when multiple people have aura farming versus this situation where that you're guaranteed a 2-star 5 cost at 4-2, and you're going to hit a big power spike. So um, curious to see how that's built around, and what cool stuff we get on the board to follow it.
For sure, for sure. Going into our first PvP combats here, though, Setsuko against JLC already has the Bilgewater online here. That's a very, very strong opener, especially with that Hustler, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Hustler's fun. You're gonna play really aggressive, and Bilgewater gets along with that. You can play for tempo, get your unlocks as fast as you can, and use your Bilgewater shop to finish out your 2-star units. So we'll probably see a pretty quick Nautilus upgrade here as well. I know there was one in the shop, so probably gonna level aggressively and try to get these upgrades as fast as possible.
Yeah, and seems to be debating between having the Draven for the Quick Striker or that Jin for the Gunslinger. But with that itemized grade, it does look like it's going to be that Jin. And we already get to see Setsuko with a LeBlanc, actually. Seems to be going for that Bruiser Noctis flex. Actually, a very scary board, but ooh, doesn't seem to be able to hold up against Pokygum. Not Pokygum. I don't actually know whose that board was.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And this is we have the Solar Plates, Sterix, and Titans. That could maybe angle towards a Warwick later. Doesn't look like any of the kind of core units are on the board for that, so we'll see what kind of direction that might go.
Hmm. Going into this first carousel, though, I'm seeing a lot of tank items here, especially. Like, you've got one bow, you've got one sword, you've got one rod, but the most of it is just tank items here.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's I think there's such a priority on tank slams as well that it's really good to just get all of your. Oh my god, this Jarvan! It's so funny with solo plating.
This
You're
Jarvan is
just
so
so
large,
beefy.
actually.
And yeah,
Well,
and this is
he's
such a
not the king of Demacia for nothing.
no, exactly. This is such a funny item set too, of like the solo plating, stone plate, Asterix for a big shield, and then building up the Titan stacks. It's
That's an
funny to have
even
that
bigger
supported
shield.
by. It's an even bigger shield.
An
It's funny.
even...
It's funny to see him supported by a Sona one, a Poppy one, a Rumble one. So not a lot of firepower behind him, but he's gonna stay
Mhm.
standing for a while.
Yeah, definitely doesn't
Ooh.
have much firepower, but for sure, this Jarvan is not going to die.
On the other side, we have Cambly with definitely what looks like the pieces of a Targon Malzahar board. I think with late game scaling, it would be a weird combo. So probably just playing those as kind of a good set of traits. Zoe can hold your mana, or sorry, hold your AP items pretty well, and um, keep you healthy through stage 2 and maybe stage 3.
Hmm. Yeah, this is definitely an interesting board thus far.
Yeah, I'm curious if this. Oh, just gonna
Oh,
sell for some econ and to keep the loss
yeah.
streak. That's fair. This loss is gonna hurt, but
It's gonna
you know
be
my
painful, but it is only 2/6. So that's what, 11
yeah.
damage most?
Yeah, so it's not terrible. He actually does buy out the shop. So not actually really concerned with the econ, just making sure that we keep the streak, get the money from the 5 loss streak, and get your money that way. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. We have 2 5 streakers on both winning and loss streaks, so people on each end getting their money up a little bit faster.
For sure. Going on into our first PvE round, TLC being one of our 500s, and just has has a very nice amount of silver serpents here as well.
I admire the restraint too of that shop where I was just looking, you know, could have bought the Nautilus and Duplicator and just upgraded right now, but a little bit of restraint to let the shops go as they may. Maybe you get something in your so-called real shop and can save your serpents for something a little bit juicier. But I would have clicked that so fast and not really cared about how good it was or not. You'd be like, no, I want it though. Give me it.
Give me, give me.
We are gonna level at 3-1 like a sicko. That is how Hustler.
Leveling at 3-1 to go to 7. You've got Hustler. You don't care.
It's Hustler,
you're not,
so
you're
it
not,
makes sense.
Yeah.
It just feels so crazy still. It's like it's one of those augments that totally changes how you play the game, and I think it's easy to forget if you're watching, or unfortunately for me, when I'm playing these augments, I'll forget as well. But getting the quick level 7, and gonna try to really start putting power into this Bilgewater build.
Yeah, for sure. Going for level 7, putting in a Tristana. Tristana on her own won't do much, but that is like 22% extra AD for this Graves that we have. This Graves is going to be putting out numbers.
Yeah.
That's a Kobuko and Yumi unlock here for Setsuko. I don't know, I'm seeing Heavy as the crown here, and I'm like, I know Spirit of Redemption would be really, really good with that lifting competition, but Heavy as the crown is funny. It goes against it and gets the champ duplicators instead. You know what? That's
sensible,
probably the best play here. It's no risk for all the reward.
Yeah, I respect it, even though you always want to pick the fun one. There's some kind of fun stuff, I think, as well. We have a Shaco Unsealed by Steel, and he's the aura farming as well with the Zillion. So I'm not sure if the angle on that is a Darken Staff or if it's going more for a tank angle. We'll have a peek at some point.
Staff or Aegis would be particularly good here. But Cambly with the Invoker emblem on
I like that.
The Zoe into this Shadow Isles board, actually. Oh my goodness, Bucky Gum. Didn't see you there.
I thought I
see
saw
you
it
now
earlier, but then I thought I must have been wrong. And looking at those Cambly items, is there a chance we have a Space Dragon game and get the Aurelian Soul on the board? I don't know. We don't have the other Targons yet. We only have
don't have
one
the
or
other
two.
Targons yet.
But we can dream.
We can, in fact, dream, and we get to see 5 Ionia hit the field there. Still don't actually know what that Ionia trait is.
And we do have the Fizz unlock for JRC. Not going on the board, or actually, I think he did just put it on the board when I said it.
Yeah, no, we do have the Fizz on the board for that 2 Yordle as well. we could potentially see a very, very early top end.
Ooh, and you know what? I do see on Cambile's bench there is an Aphelios waiting there as well as a Leona, so it might be an Aurelion Soul game. Just waiting
Space
for the Tark and then hurry up and unlock Diana and get the Space Puppy online.
Oh, but this Yone for Tunington is scary.
Yeah. And it feels so good to have a Yone on stage 3. You get a couple items on him, and he is just absolutely gross.
Oh, JLC taking a loss there, though. Looking at this carousel, though, seeing quite a few really sought-after forecasts, and that spatula, which Cambly immediately takes.
I love this. I mean, Cambly right now is he snuck into day 2. Had a couple of rough games, but I think playing really bold with some of these pickups. He has, I think it's a Juggernaut on the Xinjiao. He has another Spatula on hand now, and then of course the Invoker on Zoe. So really trying to cook something, and you know, not taking a really easy path. I think in the first game today.
The kitchen, definitely in the kitchen. That's for sure. But Setsuko with that 4 Invoker, 4 Bruiser online already. This is a very scary board.
I feel like there's not a lot of boards like this in this set where you have just a perfect set of 4 caster or damage traits, and then 4 of a tank trait. There just wasn't as much. Like I know there were sets where it was like Sniper, Warden, and stuff like that, but a lot more kind of wider trait webs in this set.
Yeah.
On camera, there's a Demacia.
Oh. Yeah, no, like you were saying, there's a lot of like freedom of expression, if you will, in this set, especially with a lot of those unlocks, like leading to those traits that are so desirable.
And I believe this is the Darkened Staff. I get lost in the icons sometimes, but if someone was wearing it, then you would imagine it's a Darkened Staff.
No, it's actually just a Darkened Scythe this entire time.
She's not getting the most value out of it, but she's healing a little, so that's something, I guess.
Hey, she is keeping herself and her team alive.
And I love that for her.
Yeah. Still don't know what this Ionia trait is, by the way. But by the looks of things, it's not XP.
Yeah, it does not seem to be. If we're leaning more into Yone, it's... there's a few.
Stacking ADAP? I don't think it's Transcendence.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it could be Spirits. I mean, Blades, he's happy with.
Oh, yeah.
Having no Aries is a little strange. I mean, just it's the luck of the draw. You don't have them yet. But we'll have to see if that becomes an Ari reroll or if, just not hitting any for too long means, build your 2-star and keep moving.
Yeah, we do have a few people playing Ari. I know JLC has one, and I think deleted.
I love this. You really don't see a lot of Callista these days. I've played it a little bit in ranked when I, just need to play something kind of familiar and I, have an early Viego or something, but we haven't seen it much in this tournament. So I think this will be fun. I like the Skarner edition here. I'm gonna get a little bit of extra beef as well, and very early actually on getting rid of the Viego. So curious to see if that's, he's still on the bench, but curious to see if he's, gonna get dropped and we're gonna accept that we're farming souls a little bit more slowly, or put him back in to make sure that we hit those breakpoints. Because Thresh actually is only based on levels now, I believe.
Yeah. It's
yeah,
like
so just
50
levels.
souls and then it's levels or something. And 50 souls is really, really easy to hit.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, we already I was about to say we probably unlock Mel soon, but we already have her.
Yeah, we unlocked Mel. We sold her. We are pivoting out of Noxus into Demacia. Now this is treacherous.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so maybe just picking up Garen's completely changed their mind about how we're playing this.
Yeah.
You know, I like it. This set allows, or this patch especially allows so much flexibility. Shifting the unlocks, really kind of push into this meta where you can play a lot of different things and cap them out in really different ways, and you know, just happen to chance upon a couple of Garens and maybe
Yeah.
really focus on Demacia instead.
That was also a really, really fast pivot. There was maybe 7 seconds left
Yeah.
on that timer, and we got the 2-star Garen and immediately flipped from Noxus to Demacia, and still had time to get the items onto that Garen too. Ooh.
Okay.
Now those are
Quick
some
pickup on
good
the
finds,
3-3s.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we pivot into Ari. No, definitely not.
No, we sell the Ari. We sold
Imagine.
all 3 of them, actually.
Like, I changed my mind again.
Good, we got a good influx of some, what, 24 gold there?
Yeah, it's always a safe pick. Like, you might hit something that
Mm.
helps you, and worst case, you get a little pile of money. And, you know, definitely in this patch especially, you really need a lot of cash by this point in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we're one short star level on the Galio unlock. Now we're not.
I think we found it.
Oh my gosh, constantly. And on the other side, JRC doesn't have the MF on the board yet, but definitely feeling really good about having this 3-star Nautilus. You'll get your carry when you get her, but having the tank already squared away with really good items definitely feels pretty good. It doesn't feel as good when he's the last member standing on the board, but
Yeah.
you know, the vision is there.
The vision's there, but when the rest of the board gets wiped off the face of the earth, there's not much you can do. There's our Galio for deleted. Deleted in a bit of a rough spot, but is starting to pull it back. Oh, and that is 2 Galios even.
Love it. Beautiful. A little short on funds. We do have an extra pair of Luxes on the side there. I'd be a little surprised if we hang on to these, but you know, when you're low HP, looking at a potential, you know, lucky break on a Lux 3, you're willing to hold them for a round or two and, you know, just hope and pray for a minute.
Oh, I didn't see what got sold there, but we do have that second Galio now. Is it going to be enough to take on Tunington's board? Set is doing his warm-up routine, setting the stage to come back and start doing obscene amounts of damage. It's on the Garen already, but it goes down to the Galio cast.
I'm very interested in kind of... Ooh. Yeah, I'm interested in what Chunnington's up to here because we are 50 plus gold, and we have a Ionia Aatrox and a 1-star Yone. So not in a rush to hit the upgrades. Maybe content to take a couple rounds, maybe just push for levels and get your extra power on the board that way because he's doing really well on HP. So a little bit willing to invest some of that in a stronger board at the end of the stage.
Yeah, end of the day, HP is just a resource. You only need 1.
I like that. I should start thinking that way in my own games, but I go through a bad stage and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so low health. It's over. It's not over. They know that better than me.
We're so over, we're so back. It's so over, we're so back.
That every day for the rest of my life.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a Tokka's Trials girly personally, so I'm out here living on free HP in a dream constantly.
So you do have a couple players with Orns. Ornn pretty naturally going to fall into a Callista board as well. The other Wardens. Thresh has some pretty good items, and we're you know, maybe angling towards a another Steadfast on Bronk here with the Thieves Glove or the Brawler's Glove.
Deleted is holding
Wow.
on for dear life. This pivot into Demacia was so insane, actually.
Yeah, and you said it as well. You really only need 1 HP. He's low health, he's last life, but his board is really strong now after that huge pivot and the last
Mhm.
second Galio unlock.
Also, the solo plate 3-star Darius that we got a quick peek at. That is
Yeah.
that is funny. Oh, and our lifting competition now has that Freljord online as well. With our very big, very itemized Volibear there. I had to stall to
Oh
remember
god,
his
it's him.
name. I'm not sure if you could. Ah, here he is, the Darius. Look at him go. Look at him go. Oh, but oh no, but
Oh,
the
the
Zillion
healing.
cast is already on
This
him.
meatball. Yeah, he's running on borrowed time for sure. And Zillion is just casting so much. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
It's gross and I love it.
With that little bit of Invoker investment with the Sona, and they
Goodbye.
just all blow up. There we go. That's also another win for Deleted. Pokygum also falling into dangerous health. Oh, and that's a Rise unlock as well for Setsuko.
Milio, thank you for your service, but Rise is here.
But we do lose that 4 Invoker off of it, though. And we drop the Freljord.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to start slotting into... Not Azir, he's sold. Pair of Annies, though.
Yeah.
You know, even if you weren't really planning on playing around Annie, she is strong. You know, there's potential for
immediately
pivot there.
2 Arcanists, too, as well. But nope, salt the Annies.
Fair enough.
There's the Freljord back.
I shouldn't have
There's
said
a
anything.
2-star Wukong. There's a Rise in shop. We get to see Tunington, Setsuko side by side here. Is that Ionia 7 now?
It looks like it... Yeah, it is. Oh, a really good timing on that last Aatrox upgrade and a set upgrade to go with the Yone 2. Not quite finished with the items for them, but hitting those upgrades is really clutch.
We get to see Tunington versus Setsuko here. Some huge upgrades on both sides of the boards in that last round.
Set's in the
leading up, but the
backline.
set is already on the back line, but the Lissandra was able to cast. But it doesn't matter, the set is
Oh
still
my
there.
gosh. That is a crazy set clutch. I mean, it was drawn up so perfectly for him to just take down the back line and then sneak into the back of the front line and finish the rest of the job.
For sure, for sure. The Lissandra was able to get a single cast, but the Lissandra just doesn't have items. Oh, and deleted gets deleted. Was doing so incredibly well to hold on. But that is our first drop of game 1 here for day 2.
Heroic effort, honestly.
Truly. That pivot was insane.
And it's really scary, I feel like, in this patch to play for a big loss streak to open the game. It can definitely pay out if you know, hit a really good board, get your upgrades, but it's very risky these days.
For sure, for sure. But the Zillion is going ham. It is cast after cast after cast. Everyone is just losing the time they have. Time flies like an arrow, and Zillion is proving it.
Oh my gosh, the Nashor's JG Dark and Staff Zillion isn't real. It can't hurt me.
With the Invoker as well? With the Invoker trait active?
I might have nightmares about that, honestly.
I'll have dreams about that.
Yeah, wait, why don't I start thinking in terms of what if I played it? What then?
I don't know about you. I'm taking notes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've been seeing some really good stuff in these games.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and Pokygum also falls. Ooh, Demacia Skana with the Invoker Annie. Okay.
I see the vision.
see the vision.
But I don't
indeed.
see some of the core upgrades here.
Yeah, we're still running that 1-star Zillion, 1-star Annie was just added. Tibbers isn't on the board, but I don't think it matters in the long run.
That's wow.
Because that's
just Annie and
JLC
Zillion.
down.
I spoke way too soon on those backline upgrades. It turns out Annie and Zillion at 1-star with those items and those traits are going to be just fine as JRC takes a defeat and ends up 6th in the first game.
Yeah, for sure. No, this is why I shouldn't be allowed to make choices. But no, it does not matter that this Zillion is only that 1-star because he is just putting everyone on that 25-second timer. And with that Darkened Bow, with that Darkened Staff, having that lifesteal, he's just never dying because he's constantly doing damage.
Yeah.
Getting more and more mana every time someone falls. I'm sorry, this Darius is funny to me. We get to see a Demacia LeBlanc Noxus reroll here. But yeah, this Darius is funny to me.
Oh my gosh. I love it.
Is it going to be enough to hold out against Cambuli's board again? These boards with only one strong front line, this Zillion is just going to melt them.
And there he goes. The Zillion bombs take care of it. And Marcel P is out in 5th place.
And we are down to our top 4 going into 5-6. Cambuli's board is terrifying to see.
Yeah, it's already terrifying now. It's gonna be really scary when we get some upgrades.
Upgrades, people. Upgrade. Not even needed, apparently. Robots lied to me.
This board is scary, too. I mean, you know, we were talking yesterday about how Fiddlesticks, he fits on every board. You know, if you don't have Vanquisher, that's fine. He's still Fiddlesticks. And goes along really nicely with the, you know, Yone and other stuff on that board.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks into everything, really. But, again, this Zillion is now a 2-star.
Yeah, this is definitely
this is a 2-star Zillion versus a 1-star Zillion.
One is greater than 2, I guess. Yeah, it's, you know, we've been talking about, like, getting these upgrades, but, I mean, even without the upgrades, Cambuli has cooked up such a strong board that his Zillion is just cooking entire boards.
Well, the Annie's doing the cooking, really.
Yeah, she's doing the cooking, and he's doing the, you know...
He's exploding everywhere.
Alarm.
This is really nuclear bomb versus coughing baby. That 5-7 PvE round here.
Yeah, and this is a nice spot to be in, too. We have a Silas on the board. 1-star so far, but, you know, we're 36 gold off of level 10. Could go for it right now and still have some money to roll. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
10. Is that Ari upgrade?
We're saved.
Hey, Ari's really strong this patch.
She is. Yeah, I mean, even here with no items, like, she's helping.
She's doing her part.
And it's a QSS Hodge Ionia on the 2-star Aatrox. That is a scary Darkin.
I mean, he's not called the World Ender for a reason.
Exactly.
There we go, but Set is doing his sit-ups, but he does have the Zillion Bomb on him. Is it going to be enough? Oh, gets onto the backline and explodes, but still the rest of the team is able to clean up before the timers expire. Oh, and
my
Cambuli on
Cambuli.
1 health with the 1 health Zillion.
Wow.
And Shaco
We're now down to our top
falls.
3.
Looking at this though, this is a strong board, but we have seen Setsuko lose the past couple games.
Oh my god, my heart stopped watching that Freljord reposition. That's my nightmare.
Setsuko rolls into Tunington, so Cambuli does get the ghost here. Is this Rise gonna do enough for Setsuko to survive one more round? Set goes to do his sit-up rotations. He's working out right now.
Oh.
Does look like they'll be able to survive into next round. And Cambuli actually lost.
It can be done. Not too much money to work with. He does have the Galio 2-star. We love to have that, but still waiting on the Zillion. Somewhere in there, I don't know if it was just now or if it was in the previous round, upgraded the Annie. So happy to have that, have some extra tank with the Tibbers. And we'll see if it's enough to survive another round here.
We shall see as we go into 6-3. Going into Tunington's board here. We've seen Tunington's board time and time again prove just how dominant Ionia can still be, even without those sought-after traits. And this game in particular has shown it as well. The timer has begun for a lot of these units, and there we go. Cambuli does manage to survive against Tunington's board. Are we able to... There's the Zillion!
The Zillion!
Cambuli gets first pick!
It's here!
It's here! And immediately stolen.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's going to be really hard to contend against that now. I mean, it already was. The Annie and Zillion damage over time is just crazy. Buying just enough time with the Tibbers to let these backliners do their business.
Sure. And realistically, it all comes down to this. None of our players are in any form of safe spot. 13, 12, and 1. Cambuli...
Alrighty, and I believe we're both at 1 life here. I can't see Setsuko's HP, but it looks small over the character,
everyone's at 1. At this stage of the game, everyone is at 1.
Yeah.
Tunington on 13, Setsuko on 12, Cambuli on 1.
Oh, Cambuli is melting boards now with these Zillion and Annie upgrades.
And down goes Setsuko. We're down to our top 2 here. Yeah, no, we thought that Zillion was scary before. Now it's been upgraded to even more dangerous levels.
And that's a pretty good TG roll for Senna. I don't know if it's going to be the difference maker or not, but having that upgrade with a pretty generous TG roll sets you up as well as it can, at least. Both players, though, rolled down to 0 gold, and I don't think hit too much in the meantime. The Silas 2 would have helped Huntington, but let's see if Silas 1 is enough to take down Cambuli here.
We are seeing the timer has begun for a lot of these units.
The burn is already almost taking down the Senna.
And we get to see Cambuli take the first for game 1 with such truly
he has a Dokkat as well. If I'd known, I would have put all my chips in that basket for sure. Yeah, that was a really cool board. I mean, from very early in the game, he was cooking with those emblems. 2 carousels in a row. He took a spatter, a pan, and seemed to have a pretty strong vision from the get-go of what he was going to do with it.
Yeah, and it definitely paid off, especially with that aura farming that they picked right at the beginning, leading to that 4-2 Zillion. Wasn't able to find a 2-star Zillion for the longest time, but was still able to dominate a lot of these a lot of these rounds, and well, was able to get a first place win into game
Yeah,
one.
definitely. We have a Cambular up here on the screen with the stats. Good average at 4.07 average placement, 14.6% win rate. Um, you love to see someone being more likely to have a first than an eighth. Of course, it's the main thing we all aspire to. He's qualified twice for the crown. Best run with an eighth. I believe at the beginning of that game he was the last person to make it into this top 24 for day two of week two. So it's got to feel really good to go right into a first in your first game into um, climb up a little bit, get some more points, and get away from that bubble of the first two games.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with a sort of middle of the pack ranking right now, being in that 20th spot, like being able to get those 8 points will truly skyrocket. One, loving. I would love to see if what they can cook up in week two. But if you want to go me first or eighth, I'm more than willing to support that.
Stuff and is kind of just on the cusp of some greatness. So let's go
Yeah,
for Robin songs.
looks like we are going for Robin Song.
I like it. Yeah, that was a fun first game. Um, got to see some of the really cool boards. Obviously, Annie is one of the really strong ones. So hopefully, some more of her. Hopefully, the next Mel unlock isn't immediately sold. So we'll see in game two after this break.
Maybe so. And we are back. It was a short break, but a good one. nonetheless. But yes, we are back just before going on into game 2 to take a quick look at some of the stats that we have going forward from this day. Looking at the rankings here, we have Robin Songs up at the very top with 43 points, Carl Wang in second, JLC still really high up on that ranking, even with that sixth that we saw them get in game 1, and Pressed Event as well taking that 4th spot. Truly some very strong contenders here. Robin Song's taking it away a little bit. 3 points is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's so many. Like, if you look at kind of the middle from, Camberley to Chunnington, there's 5 players at 33, and it does feel pretty far away from 43 that Robin Songs has. Starting off strong with a first in game 1. Yeah, and I like this top 4 so far. Obviously, there's plenty of games left to go today, but we've seen some really good games out of Kai Wang in the previous days and the previous week. JRC kind of the same story as well, and I know there's definitely probably in the chat right now some true Pressed Event believers. So definitely in these top spots are some exciting picks, some really fun players to watch, and hopefully in this next game they can cook up something fun.
For sure, but we are reaching those elimination stages going into this game, so those people in the lower ranks need to pull something out of the hat and quickly.
Yeah. We'll take a peek at some of these top comps here. Definitely, of course, if you've been keeping up with the games, these are the usual suspects. I'm a little surprised by 0% win rate on Targon Malzahar. As a regular at the the Church of the 3-cost reroll, I really would have thought that would have had some wins, but so far not quite.
Yeah, and with a surprisingly low average for the count that it has, 16 played games with a 5.4 average. Like, that's not something you particularly want to be seeing.
No. Yeah, I'm really curious now in the rest of today if we see that kind of reflected in the player builds. Are they seeing this data and just going completely off of Malzahar? And is that going to have ripple effects for the other 3-cost rerolls? It definitely always feels better to play it if somebody else is playing it and diluting the pool. But if this one is not quite panning out during the tournament, you might play it less and make it a little bit harder to play that Noxus reroll or to play Ari.
For sure. But nonetheless, I'm still happy to see it being played a lot. Welcome back, Heavyweight Malzahar, really.
Finally, he came home.
For sure. But looking at some of these other ones, like the Annie Legendary Soup, we even got to see that in the last game as well. Like, we had that Annie, we had that Zillion, we had that Silas. It's good soup.
It's good soup. Yeah, really strong. I mean, top 4%, 53.9. Really puts you in a good spot if you can hit it. 3.69 average is pretty gross. I love
46% win rate
yeah,
as
hello.
well.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those where I think to some degree, like, players know when they click something like aura farming that they can play around anything that they get for the most part, but there is always like a little part of you that's clicking that augment, like, just give me Annie, like, make up my mind for me, make my 4-2 really easy, and I can build a board around her and just start absolutely melting entire boards when she gets a couple casts in.
For sure. But we're also seeing a lot of Noxus being played as well. Darius and LeBlanc especially. We even saw in that last game, we had that Freestar Darius, Freestar LeBlanc. Solo plate Darius, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is just something I love to see. I love solo plate so much just because it is big unit.
It's so much. Yeah, I love any augment that's going to turn one unit into an absolute monster. Like, that's true with hero augments as well, where somebody gets turned into just a fighting machine, but just making one of your tanks disgustingly tanky is, to me, just gorgeous game design. I don't care.
Yeah, it's going off of those hero augments like you mentioned. One thing that I've never actually seen has been the Rumble Hero Augment. I really want to see someone play Rumble Hero Augment.
It would be nice. It's actually like I think just looking at some stats, like he's in a decent spot technically. Like the augment is clickable now, but for the first 5 patches, if you saw that, it was like an instant reroll.
Yeah.
I'll lose my mind if somebody plays it today.
Listen, like I mentioned before we even started here, I want to see a Yordle game. So if we can get a
Please.
Yordle game with Rumble Augment, I can die happy.
Like if please somebody, yeah, just like do the we can pray that somebody's just in a perfect position, like they've already bought Rumbles and have some other Yordles, and it feels good to play it for some tempo. You need the stars to align a little bit, but we'll see.
Sure. And looking at our upcoming lobby, we have Robin Songs, Me First Ape, Darth Nub, Who, Ready, CMB, Dish Soap, and Millennium Fox. Dish Soap being sort of like a local hero for us here in the Gal community. I do know that for sure. So excited to see what these players can cook up here. But we are going to be keeping our eye out for Robin Song.
Definitely, Robin Song's in a good position so far. When we saw the scores earlier, in first place with a little bit of a cushion of an extra few points, so in a good spot to extend his lead right now, or to just make sure he stays in a strong position. It's definitely going to feel good. This is of course an elimination game after this set of lobbies. I think 8 players are going to be out of the tournament, so. To know you're in a position where you are very far from that border does feel really good.
Yeah, definitely feeling rather safe right now, but there is no room for error even still.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, everybody has kept all of their points from yesterday and keeps their points going throughout the rest of the games today. So you can feel good right now, but if you go, I'm not going to say anything specific. We've been caster cursing a lot across all these casts, but anybody who's in one of the top spots, you want to stay as high as you can, because by the end of the day, in the last couple games, if you didn't get the qualify for a spot in the first chance, eventually it is going to be just 8 players. So it might feel good to be in the top 8 right now, but if you end up 9 and then the games continue, then suddenly it doesn't look as good.
Yeah, for sure. And you made an excellent point on the caster cursing right there. Like I mentioned in game 1, I should not be allowed to make a decision. seeing that our prior pick ended up getting 6th.
Yeah. I think like overall over the first however many games over these 2 weekends, I think we've collectively, all the casters have had some really good predictions, have a couple of caster curses kind of at a player level. I think the real curses have just been like in the moment of making commentary like, oh, it's only a 1-star Annie Zillion, and then it crushes the board. Like,
and then it,
sorry.
Yeah. Yep, sorry about that. Like, what's the worst that can happen? It's just a 1-star Zillion. Oh, there goes your board.
Yeah, oops, he's just gonna win streak for 5 rounds and then get upgraded and win the game. My bad for thinking otherwise. It's also true of my own games, honestly, where I'm like, oh, I don't think I should really play this angle. Like, I don't have the right whatever for this, and then it turns out it was probably my best option.
Mm-hmm.
I think these players are gonna make that mistake less.
I do the same in my Tokyo's Trials games. Like, a lot of the time, and it's cursed me in my actual games as well, I greed for items so much. Because to me,
Yeah.
that's extra points in Tokyo's Trials. But in game, that is me going 8th or me going 7th. But here we go into game 2 here. I was hearing some fighting in the background. I was wondering when we would get in, but here we go. Reckoner Arena here.
This is one of those like very beautiful arenas. Like some of these are just so pretty and peaceful. A little asynchronous with all the violence. Oh, the encounter.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But the encounter I was looking at is Reckoner's Arena.
Is that the Draven where every elimination everybody else gets gold?
That is a good question.
I think it is that from what I remember of like Draven's lore, like the arena, the word arena is doing a lot for me in terms of making me know what's going on. Oh my gosh, the
Mhm.
the
No, the
Sona
Sona.
one play.
Go, Sona. You got this, I believe. Go,
I know it works,
Sona.
but it's so stressful to watch.
Mm-hmm. Hey, wants that 10 gold. Already has it, actually. Just really wants to keep it. Making sure not to buy anything going into 2-1. Sona is one of those units that can solo um, the PvE rounds. We get to see a gold augment again for first. Stars are Born, Clearmind, and Pandora's Bench for Darth Nub.
Oh, Dish Soap was quick to click on that. I don't know if that's spreading roots or a magic roll. Um, bruh, clicking on Ishtal Expedition. So we're gonna have some fun.
Okay. Ishtar Expedition for Brother and Darth Nubs does opt for that Stars are Born as well. Looking at some of these others, though, is that Exiles on Me First, alright?
That is bodyguard training.
Right, thank you.
did, did he just? Stars are born to
Stars are Born to sell
hit a
everything for
breakpoint. I
20
love it.
gold. You know what? I respect it. Still
'Cause, yeah.
has the potential for a 2-cost 2-star as well. When Dish, though, with the immediate Tryndamere unlock as well.
Oh, is he playing Longshot Tryndamere?
Don't know. I saw the
I'm
long shot
so here
trait
for it.
and the Freljord emblem. So it looks like we might get a Tryndamere game. I love seeing Tryndamere games.
I'm a big Tryndamere fan, and yeah, Just was very quick as well to click on that spreading route. So he definitely knew that he could, whatever he got emblem-wise, play something good out of it. And getting Longshot and kind of having the presence of mind to immediately unlock Tryndamere and give him kind of a poor man's RFC in a way. I think is going to be an interesting move. That being said, Tryndamere at the 1-star level, you're going to keep items on Ash to make sure that you secure some takedowns and start stacking up the passives.
One thing I am curious about, because obviously Brother who is our Ishtar player for today, what is their current quest?
Yeah, I would love to see it. Yeah, it didn't look like he's necessarily fully committing to a loss streak. Hasn't slammed items, so it might still be a loss streak and just kind of playing it easy. But keeping the Sejuani on the board last we saw to at least maybe have a chance at killing a couple of units.
Yeah. And it looks like
We'll
Darth
see.
Nub actually has a board this round, has the
It can
Aphelios
be
and
done.
the Bard. Seems like we're getting a bit of a Bard Aphelios reroll. Has proven time and time again to be strong and contend with these other meta comps. So I do love to see that.
Yeah, I like this. Did sacrifice that first round to make another econ breakpoint. I guess use that Stars Are Born on the Vi to get a little bit of extra tank, and does have the Bards and Aphelios is going on the bench.
For me, it's just weird to see Vi without Nico. I just see it so often, and it's a pair I personally love to run as well, because it does give you so many openings. So to see Vi with a different defender just feels weird to me, personally.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit wrong. It's like yeah, sure. It's like we're still in the early stage. Like we haven't found the other units we need, but who is this other defender? Get them out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So we did complete a quest. Didn't see what it was.
Yeah.
But Looking at 100 armor on an Ishal champion, reroll 4 times, or lose 7-player combats. The 7-player combats, it's so juicy. Like, you see the big number of sun shards, um, but it
You
is
want that
scary to
proc
play.
as soon as possible. And this is Robinsongs with a preparation augment here. Okay, I can respect it. Looks to be going for that sort of Ionia board as well. Ionia with preparation.
Yeah, an early item slammed on Ari. I can hope in my heart that this Ionia is Path of Spirits. Ari Path of Spirits is so fun this patch. It feels great. She starts just blasting damage, so I'm going to keep my fingers crossed on that one.
We shall see. Is it going to be enough? Because the Bard is casting, and Robinson does take the loss there. Oh. This is a... They cash out already?
Yeah, so no interest in taking early count. Trying to greed for something really exciting. Just going to take a couple of modest cash outs on the way. Just slowly build some extra board power, build some extra econ, and set yourself up for a responsible late game. I do respect it, but I am, such an addict to go for the 550, the 600, whatever. It is very hard to do in this patch, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely had to sort of like... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say with the loss streak that they were sort of building, seemed to be building, going for that 7-player losses seemed like a pretty clear-cut choice to me. But they know something that I don't. I can respect whatever play they went for going for that cash out there. Like probably going for just treating the Ishtal augment as basically another Ishtal trait. Sorry, as just another like silver or gold augment, really.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I'll be curious to see kind of definitely what they do in stage 3 if they're trying to pick an augment and really spike and to start winning some rounds, save some HP. It will be a little confusing if we see, a continued loss streak. Then again, they might still have a plan and we just don't know it.
Well, and we're seeing that LeBlanc on the board as well for CMB9. This this preparation board will just always be funny to me. So many little rings.
Oh, hello, upgrades.
Ooh, yeah, hello upgrades indeed. That was a Sona and a Jarvan. And did the Xin Zhao also get upgraded there?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, and we are fully investing into the Sona here. Getting that Spear of Shojin, JG, and a Nash's. That's going to be a lot of casting from this Sona. Going to be a lot of effective health for her team going on into this Mephisto Ray from Nox's board. Is doing numbers, though.
That's a hefty win. Nice little chunk of damage on me first Wraith. Obviously, it's still stage 3, so it's not devastating to lose by 6 units, but there is a little part of me when that happens that I'm like, I still would have rather not.
That's an MF. That is a level 5 MF. And immediately into a prismatic augment as well, going for that tiniest titan for Mephisto Raid. Mephisto Raid does have 3 unlocks on the board, actually. LeBlanc and the Darius. Do we see a 4th from Mephisto Raid?
Yeah, maybe a Kabuko soon. We'll keep an eye on this one, but that feels like there's a vision for it for sure.
Oh, and that's a triple world tree as well. That's a lot of emblems here.
I love it. This is what Prismatic is all about.
This is what Prismatic is all about. I don't actually know what the augment is called. It might just be called Great Tree, for all I know.
I think it is, yeah. And interesting, we actually, the Longshot emblem is now on the Bard, who has an item and a component to go with it. So not leaning into the Tryndamere, unfortunately. Probably a better decision from Dish Soap to not lean into the Tryndamere. It's a tricky one to play and to really have an impact in this patch, but we can still hope when we see the Tryndamere unlock that that's what we're going to be doing with it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But we also have two tiniest titans on the board as well.
I like it. It throws such a kink into the game where you have several players with extra HP, just kind of throwing a little bit of a wrinkle of kind of how the game is played. Like you can lose a little bit more. You don't fully commit to a loss streak or anything, but you last a little bit longer than you would expect to, and players kind of have to adapt to that.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra effective health, truly. Especially when health is such a big resource in this game.
This is an interesting set of emblems for Millennium Fox. You have a Void Bilgewater Disruptor. It doesn't give like a immediate sense of what you're doing with those.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate set of traits to acquire given this Demacia tilt-over board right now. But once we get that Seraphine, then maybe at least one of them will be very effective from then on.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of champions that can use a Disruptor emblem very well. And there's something to be said for maybe just getting the Disruptor out of it makes the whole emblem or the whole augment worth it.
Look at the tiniest titans go. They are zooming. I love
Gotta
it
go
so
fast.
much.
And me first or eighth, very happy to have that extra move speed to pick up the Ambessa. Gonna look really good on a Noxus board to very soon unlock a Mel.
That will be a fourth unlock for me first or eighth actually as well.
Yeah, hurry up and do it.
Hurry up and do it.
Put it on the board.
Go, go, go. Looking at Bro
Ooh.
here with a Demacia, Longshot, and a Juggernaut emblem. That Juggernaut emblem,
I like that.
Mighty tasty, especially with
Very.
that Nautilus on the board. There's the Skarner. Ooh, and the
Kaiser's on the board.
Kaiser. Does sell the Oriana. Oh no, keeps the Oriana. Sorry. Wait, no, this is 4 unlocks right here, no? Technically? Skarner, Poppy, Oriana
Kaiser's...
on the bench, and the Kaiser.
Oh, Kennen's here as well.
And Kennen. That's 5 unlocks. Win. Ooh, Duff Nub with that very early MF. Got it from at level 5, by the way.
Yeah.
Does just manage to take out the last 2 units there.
Got a fresh quest choice. 2-star Skarner might be a while. 15 units die in player combats. Could take a couple of rounds, but not too long. And losing 3 in a row.
That's just rough.
That's, yeah, and honestly, that might have been what happened on the last cash out, was just seeing quests that you don't really want and saying, we'll try for a bigger cash out later. Didn't see what the choice was here, but does elect to not cash out and to go for one of those quests.
Oh my goodness, that's an Annie Tibbers.
Oh, wow.
That's a free 6 Annie Tibbers.
Yuck.
Oh, no.
All right, that's scary. She's got a little bit of casting to work with as well with the Adaptive Helm. Tibbers has some good tank items, so we'll buy Annie plenty of time to burn down this board as, the opposing Longshot backline is already at half health.
For sure. And with Spoils of War as well, going to be getting a bunch of extra resources.
Nice little pile of money coming in there.
Yeah, that was like 4 gold from that one fight. Looking at me first.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. This is a Hmm.
Nice couple of upgrades there at the last second. And now, Me First
Yeah.
Wraith did pick up the Ambessa before, and either is not pursuing Mel as an addition to the board, or already got the requirement to have Ambessa die with an item and then sold immediately and said, I'll get Mel when I level up. But
Or just
um,
really, really wanted the item.
could be, yeah, just really needed that cloak that's not been built into anything yet. It could be, but it could be still. Just want to make sure that you secure that component.
Oh, we got rid of the bard. That would have been 4 there with the Koboko and Yumi. No! We first
Man, can't have
arranged.
anything in this house.
Can't have anything on Gal. This is a joke. Love yous, Gal. But this is an odd-looking setup for the board, but I can respect it. That is a Fiddlesticks for Robinson as well, though.
Fiddlesticks.
And we mentioned in last game as well, Fiddlesticks does just kind of fiddlestick into everything.
You know, it really is. We talked about this yesterday as well. Core is a big Darius believer. And it's just fun to see him have some time in the sun. Was really not a very playable unit for most of the patch, or most of the
was
set,
a
sorry.
Very rough unit to play for this set.
And now he's
with a lot
good,
of the-
he's fun.
With a lot of the
Aurelion
buffs
Soul!
and bug fixes that he... Aurelion Soul, let's go! With a lot of the bug fixes and buffs that Darius has received, has definitely made him a very strong contender for this patch in particular.
Oh, I love this. That is, by the way, a 2-star Aurelion Soul.
Oh my goodness,
Let's
yeah.
not temper our excitement with a 1-star. It is a 2-star. Has some good items. Has a lot of 2-star Targonians ahead of it, as well as a Loris for a little bit of extra tank. This
And
is
that Piltover trait.
a nice board.
This is a very nice board. Yeah, having 5 Targons, so 4 other Targons on that 2-star Aurelion Soul. That's what, 120% extra Stardust?
It must have just been some very, very good use of the Pandora's Bench. 1 buff, 2 buff as the second augment to get some extra casting on Soul and to get some extra anti-heal on Diana. And is this malicious monetization? So hit a huge board on stage 4 and is going to just start printing money from it.
And we see immediately there, just getting, like you mentioned, a ton of money just from that one board.
I'm excited for this one. We had yesterday we had an Aurelion Soul that I think went 5th, just didn't quite get online in time. I didn't see it. Please
Did I
be
just
true.
see a Vigar?
Please
Hang on a
be
minute.
true.
Oh, Koboko and Yumi and the Galio unlock here for Millennium Fart.
Could it be?
No, it's still only 3 unlocks.
Oh, there was
Oh, but that's an Annie
Oh,
2
yeah.
for CMB 9.
Oh
We're
my
level
gosh.
8. What do you mean?
We're hitting some like irresponsibly scary boards very early.
Mm-hmm.
Yasuo on the board. Are we unlocking? Yep. We're looking for a quick Yone unlock as well.
Yep.
Very low gold with 2 Aries still to go. So a little bit of a scary spot to be in, but still playable. Long shot Lux. Yeah, that's
And Demacian Shyvana.
both very scary units. Good use of emblems for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna feel bad for some of these backline units to see a long shot Lux in the other corner. 2 stars with the Void Staff just really popping some carries very quickly.
Going on into our 4-4 carousel hit. That is an Ornn with a spatula, by the way. I'm wondering who opts to go for it.
I want somebody to want it, and it looks like Brobara's thinking about it.
Who is
and
going
does
for
want
it,
it.
it seems.
Yeah, so I mean, he's already got the long shot Lux, has Demacia Shyvana, and I think it was a Juggernaut Garen. So Could be another
Ooh.
Demacia emblem. I don't know if he has reforgers to get another defensive trait or something, but gonna have a lot of emblem power. Cooked really well with that trait tree.
For sure. And looking at CMB9's board here, this is terrifying. We've got the 2-star Annie Lux. We've got a 2-star Annie and Lux and Tibbers on 4-5.
And that's pretty much a complete board in its own right.
Mm-hmm. This is scary.
Galio
We
with
get to see
more swords than he
Juggernaut.
usually wants.
That's a lot of swords. We do get to see some MR though from that Bloodthirster at least.
Just a little.
Just a little bit. An extra what, 25? That's damage.
We'll take it, yep.
No, this board is very scary and is way ahead of
Yeah.
where it potentially should be, especially
lot
with
of
getting
burn.
the extra Arcanist from that Swain and the Juggernaut as
goodness.
well. So this is just a lot of damage coming out from here. How much extra AP does 4 Arcanists give?
A lot.
Too much.
Don't know the
one
numbers
might
offhand,
say.
but oh my goodness.
I know at 2 Arcanists it's 18%.
Okay.
But I only ever see 2 Arcanists. I don't see 4
Yeah.
very often.
This is really the first patch of this set where we've had 4 Arcanists or 6. It's always been, you just put the Swain in the bag and get your 2 Arcanists. So these are levels of AP that we've just not played around until this patch. We do have a 3-star Darius, so big beefy boy in the front line. A lot of sustainability to buy plenty of time for LeBlanc to do some damage. So LeBlanc is still at the 2-star level, so waiting for a couple more copies to get your damage fully online.
Oh, I'm sorry. Arcanists get 25% at 2 and 50% at 4. That's
Yuck.
a death cap for 3.
Why am I not playing that in my games? Hello? Darius
just
is
seeing
doing his
this-
best.
Yeah, for sure. But it's not going to be enough against this Juggernaut double steadfast heart Garen.
He lives a long time. Oh, and I didn't even notice that we were playing towards a Warwick angle. So we do have a Jinx with interesting items. I imagine that Edge of Night might go to Warwick, but we'll see.
The Edge of Night might go to Warwick, but the other 2 items are really good for Jinx.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
we are only missing 3 for that 3-star Jinx as well.
And we do have a Vanquisher Warwick with the trait not active, so not sure if we're going to angle towards that or if Warwick is just happy to get a little bit of crit out of the business. But we'll see what our next in might be. We're still looking to roll for the Jinx and the Sejuani, and with any luck, it'll Loris upgraded as well.
And
Brahm's a nice
2-star Braum.
We'll take that.
Oh, Robin Song. That was a Vigar I saw on Dish Soap's board.
We're so back.
We're so back. And that is a 3-star Jinx here for Daphne, but we're seeing a lot of upgrades here. Brother Who just got a 2-star Shyvana, and Millennium Fox just got a 2-star Swain.
Yeah, we've been hitting some really big power spikes at the start of these last 2 stages. Bigger than you kind of expect for some of these boards at this point. Good old Warden Slayer Vi, as the prophecy foretold. And once again, we're going to see how it pans out, but we do have a 1-star Zillion with great items, just throwing many, many bombs and just wearing down this board. Jinx is now online casting and shooting a lot, but we might have just enough damage
It's
to
still
survive.
going to be enough, yeah. Getting that extra
Jinx doing
attack
Jinx things.
speed from the Rage Blade and the 2 Kraken Slayers, and being able to constantly stack AD as well. That's just a lot of damage.
It really is. Brobra in an interesting spot where still looking for the that last Galio. Would love to have that upgrade at level 8. Only one
lucky.
Garen so far with great items, but the Shyvana 2 is definitely going to make up for a lot of those missing upgrades.
Remember who also has 2 Demacia emblems online and on the board. Could we potentially see a prismatic Demacia game?
I'd sure like to. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a pickle for that, I think. Just low health, trying to stay stable. Probably won't be able to make the econ for it, and taking a loss there as well. It's a little
the health
scary.
Is very, very scary for sure.
And it is, by the way, this Veigar is long shot as well.
Long shot
so...
Veigar. Let's go.
That's scary.
That's funny.
I love it.
He is evil. Stop laughing.
I only laughed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just a small, short laugh.
Is that a short joke? I can't do a Veigar voice. I should not have attempted it.
I have a friend that does a really good Veigar, and anytime like one of us is playing it in ARM or something, it's just in the voice chat, and I can't like stay focused. I'm not doing it either. I definitely can't, but
yeah. Oh, but looking at this Aurelian Soul,
I
would love to see what upgrades he has right now.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to see what the Stardust is at. I also just love to see an itemized Diana bouncing around, you know, chopping people into Moonlight.
Oh, and Darth Nub is down.
Brubba Bruz down as well. We get a double knockout.
Double knockout.
And Millennium Fox.
Triple knockout on 5-3.
Right, all at once, we have 3 players knocked out of this game. Just kind of taking a peek at the scores. Millennium Fox in a bit of a pickle. I don't know what the standings are offhand, but I know 30 points compared to some of the other players in this lobby might be in that elimination grouping. That is a tanky Braum.
That is a very tanky Braum. By Freljord as well.
I love this. We have 5 Freljord with a long shot Veigar. It's so weird. It's so fun.
And that's also a Silas for ready here.
Oh, wow. Reddy really, I mean, he's cooking with this. It's been tough to play Aurelian Soul after, granted, that patch where he was played in every game and just stomping. But he's very strong, and it takes a lot of skill to play this as well as Reddy has.
For sure, for sure.
Yone, however...
The Yone just says nah.
Once again, I talk about how strong Aurelian Soul is, and then it loses a round on the screen.
The Yone with the Edge of Night just didn't want to deal with the Aurelian Soul targeting him, so used the Ari as bait and was able to win out nonetheless.
And I love to see that too with, like, Yone just had items that are... It's not like they were bad or anything, it's just that they're not kind of like the instant slams that everybody wants to do with Yone. Like, you don't see a lot of, like, Edge of Night Void Staff Yone, but he is a hybrid, so he uses kind of both AP and AD really well, and does make good use of some of these kind of not as good items, so to speak, when you're more focused on building Ari items. That is Otacon on the backline chasing Ari down.
Never mind.
Not good enough, but, you know, he was in there.
He was there.
He was there and he was chasing her, but that's it.
One Dish Soap and Me First or Ape go down there as well. Reddy and CMB9 just having a wet noodle contest right here as it's the last 2 tanks. But the cast from Tibbers just does too much damage alongside the constant burning as well. So Reddy ends up picking a loss there.
We are down to our top 3, and everybody's getting a nice little pile of money from eliminates in the Draven encounter. And it looks like the scoreboard just rearranged here, and it was me first or eighth, sneaking a fourth in that last fight, and Dish Soap going fifth. There's the Garen 2 almost botted right after.
But thankfully, it is just a PvE round.
And it is soon to be a Silas with this Arcanist board. You'd have a hard time believing
Silas
it.
is already on the board.
Oh, he is already on the board. You're so right.
Yeah, he's already on the board.
So just another defender. Just get some extra tank, and let Annie just burn.
Good song. Sorry.
No, you're so right though.
But Robin Song, a lot of health, is on a 6 win streak and has so much gold to work with here.
Oh, he's
Isn't
wealthy.
opting to roll down, even though it is 6-1. But looking at the gold of some of these other players, maybe he won't have to for a bit.
Yeah, I like
Especially
it. Just kind
with
of
that
playing
tiniest
diamond
Titan.
hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the tiniest Titan, not looking very tiny. Looking a bit tinier.
A little smaller, yeah.
A little smaller. But now has 80 gold to work with, and immediately goes to level 9, starts rolling down. Sort of looking for how strong the board potentially was.
We do upgrade the set. We have a fresh Taric 1 on the board as well, so does get a good upgrade. We'll see if it can make a difference in this next fight.
For sure. Isn't completely itemized, but nonetheless, still going to be putting in the work. As we see Reddy taking on CMP9 board here.
My heart. The Diana has been sold. It's the right thing to do when you're at this point of the game. Put some more legendaries on the board, but it was nice to have her for a few rounds, actually itemized.
Yeah, for
Oh
sure.
my goodness.
And CMP9, where did you go?
Rest in pieces.
The Aurelian Soul damage output is insane, and Robin Songs loses 2 with the Ghost as well. Does unlock the Ziggs, though.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, for both of those players playing against the Aurelian Soul, took a huge loss. Robin Song's enough HP, of course, to make it another round, but it is another round against the Aurelian Soul, so it doesn't feel so great necessarily.
Yeah. We do get the 2-star Wukong. Very armor heavy, given that it is an Aurelian Soul board, but does have the Dragon Claw to maybe help mitigate some of the damage. But against a 2-star Silas and a 2-star Aurelian Soul and a 2-star Fiddlesticks, what are you gonna do?
Oh my gosh.
This is good soup.
It's a lot of stuns on the board, and Ari is already staring down Silas, and Ari's down.
Ari is
This
gone.
is just a huge... What is this, a 7-unit win to win the game for Reddy?
For
just
sure.
a crazy board.
Silas, right before that game ended, screaming there is no king, as Reddy takes the crown for himself.
Yeah,
that was just a
Reddy-
dominant display from Reddy there.
Reddy not worried about how well Robin Songs has been playing, just taking that first for himself. Yeah, had a really early Aurelian Soul 2 that just did a ton of work in those last couple of stages. I mean, we didn't even really realize that it was happening at all until we saw a 2-star Aurelian Soul, 2-star Diana, 2-star everything else on that board. So he just hit a huge spike before picking up malicious monetization.
Yeah, for sure. Like, a lot of these boards were just stages, if not, like, rounds, if not stages ahead of where they possibly should have been. Like, we saw a 2-star Annie at level 8, and just, oh my goodness. But taking a look at some of these standings here, there we go. We can see Robin Songs still sitting pretty in first place, extending their lead a little bit, going to 50 points, with the second place being Kai Wang with 46, and JLC still at 46 as well. But with this round, we are going to be seeing some people drop out of the tournament here with Michael Shako, Kefri Soju, CMB9. Very unfortunate. Did have a very good game that last one, getting a third place. Millennium Fox, Dish Soap, Crazy Cat, and Deleted. Deleted, unfortunately, getting 2-8 back to back.
That's
That's
a
rough.
tough way to go. Yeah. Deleted definitely like we saw like in the first week had some really strong performances. And then going into yesterday and today, a little bit up and down. You do like to see like in game six, for example, like getting a third, getting some extra points and making it into day two. But having a double eighth is just rough.
Mhm.
Curious to see like what the angles were. Definitely in that kind of position, there's maybe a chance where you play something really risky, knowing that you need to get something big, and being willing to risk just not panning out and ending up with an eighth.
Yeah, for sure. But going into our next two games, our bottom four are going to have to do something. Camberley, David Ace, Reddy, and Tunington. Reddy did have that first place, so might be feeling a bit more confident now. Might see them climb the standings a bit. Hopefully, they've only got two games. The countdown has begun.
Definitely, it's a scary place to be in. It definitely feels pretty good if you're ready or David Ace getting a first in that last game to make the cutoff and um, maybe pick up some momentum to go into the next two games.
Sure, sure, sure. And we are back just before Game 3 here for the GPC Regionals with us here at Gal. What an amazing couple games that we've had thus far, honestly.
Yeah, we've been treated to some really good stuff. Got to see some really good Annie gameplay. Many zillion bombs in some of these games. And then in that last one, a very, very early 2-star Aurelian Soul that just terrorized the lobby for 2 or 3 stages afterwards.
For sure. But like we mentioned, going on into while we were during the break, going on into Game 3, who are we looking for? Who are we looking forward to seeing here?
I mean, we have a lot of good, very strong players in here that have had some good performances already. Obviously, we have Kai Wang and JRC that are both a couple points behind Robin Songs, so tied for second. And I'm looking at Kai Wang to have another big performance to go with some of the stuff we've seen earlier. Oh, we're so back.
Sure. And going into the game immediately, every augment is going to be prismatic. Hello, Seraphine. It is good to see you.
We love to see it. You know, we've been talking in some of these games about how, as viewers, as casters, we love a prismatic augment. We love triple prismatic. It's so fun to see all these, just really bananas setups that you can get. The players may not like it quite as much because there's just so many extra variables, so many big swings that you can get. But we know it's going to be exciting, if nothing else.
Yeah. We as the viewers, we're looking forward to this, but maybe as the players, you're sweating a little bit because there is just so much to account for. A lot of these high rolling boards are gonna just hit so much earlier with these prismatic augments.
And it is, of course, very high stakes. Going into games 9 and 10, no eliminations game 9, but eliminations game 10. And so we have, a couple players that are looking towards solidifying a qualification spot for day 3. And then a couple of players in David Ace and Reddy who are very much on the bubble for potential elimination.
For sure. So, like I mentioned earlier, they do need to bring something to the table and quick. Like, just pull anything out of the hat as long as it's good. Because time is running out. But Reddy,
I don't want to get carried away here, but I see a few Yordles on the board, an upgraded Lulu.
Mm-hmm.
Something fun could happen here.
Something fun could happen, especially with that Nico giving Defender and Arcanist with this Rumble on the board as well. Come on, Reddy. Give me my Yordle game. Here we go. Tactician's Kitchen, Forged in Strength, and Worth the Wait goes ahead and re-rolls that Forged in Strength. Get the Hedge Fund out of it. Hedge Fund, I do enjoy. I like Hedge Fund.
Hedge Fund's a fun one.
Oh, Me First Arave getting a Prismatic Destiny.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Prismatic Destiny starter kit.
Oh, and immediately having a Lux at 2-1. And Kai Wang getting that Shimmer Scale Essence.
I like it. I love a Shimmer Scale. I love anything that just feeds me money. We usually David Ace has, I don't know if this is Trait Tree or World Runes.
One of the two.
I know they look similar.
We know what it is. It gives us all of the traits. But looking at some of these others, Ladder Slayer with the level up, Setsuko with the Prismatic Ticket, Reddy going for that Tactician's Kitchen, and then we saw Kai Wang with the Shimmer Scale Essence, Me First Array with the Prismatic Destiny into the... You're going to have to remind me of its name.
Oh, starter kit.
Thank you. Starter kit. J or C with another Prismatic Ticket, and Darth Nub with that one you're also going to have to remind me. Is that Soul something?
My camera is covering the thing and I can't move it.
Oh, you can hide that, by the way.
I'll have to, I'll have to get some help with the interface later, I think. Like anytime something's happening at first, I'm like, I don't know, it's not for me to know.
We're professionals here at Gal, I can assure you that. Oh, but it does look like we are getting that Yordle start for Reddy. Does have a Bruiser emblem as well. Okay.
I like that. That can go on, maybe a Kennen later, to go alongside the Kabuko and Yumi. So really hoping we see some Yordles. It's not something that we
Yoros,
see as much,
Yoros,
but it's
Yoros.
so fun.
But
It feels
this
so good to play it and
Lux,
open the grab bags. Yeah, this
but
Lux
this
is
Lux at 2-2 is gonna be scary.
yeah. Have a laser, have another laser, and have another laser.
Oh, you thought we were done? Have another one.
Yeah, here's another. This is another case where I can appreciate having a little bit of restraint, because Me First Wraith did have um, a bow and a belt, so could have slammed a Nashers and have a completed item that Lux will enjoy, but just wants to keep those open until the first carousel, maybe to slam a tank item, or to hold off for a void staff or something. So not slamming the Nashers without the Jewel Gauntlet ready to go. Just being a little bit more careful with the components early on.
But we did see the Poppy unlock for ready. So we might be seeing an actual Yordle game here.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. But JLC with the Void start and the Juggernaut does also have that Bard as well. But is it going to be enough to withstand the barrage that is this Lux at 2-3?
Looks like not quite. I'm curious if this is going to be, if we're going to be playing for Void. Prismatic Ticket would get along really well with that Leona Malzahar comp. The Spitter Spines Void mod, not Malzahar's favorite though, so we'll keep an eye out and see what those roles are going to be used for.
Sure, but going into this first carousel here, Darfnub picks up a Jinx with a sword, ready with the TF and a Tier. We see JLC with that Scion and a Giant's Belt, Setsuko with the Milio glove, Ladder Slayer opting for the Malzahar. We first rate on the Yasuo, and Raiweng. There we go. Just kind of like, not much to choose from here. No orb to ponder, but pondering nonetheless. But Darfnub going for a Bilgewater setup here at the early Nautilus. Oh, and it looks like Ladder Slayers seems to be getting that Darius LeBlanc online if we can get an item onto this Draven, sorry. And Reddy's board here has gotten a lot of extra frontline. Has the Shen as well now. And the Blitzcrank. So has some Juggernaut, has some Bruiser. Just a bit of everything for the frontline. And it looks like Ladder Slayer is just not going to be able to get through just the sheer bulk that is Reddy's frontline.
Just have a couple more units. Why not?
I mean, they do have the Tactician's Cape. And there's the cannon.
Yeah.
So we've got 4 Yordle now. Let's go.
Keeping an eye on our 2 unlocks so far on this board. If we are committing to Yordles, it does have 4 built in. So we'll see if we end up getting this Kabuko and Fizz onto Reddy's board later.
If we can see some needlessly large rods as well, we can get that Vigar. Vigar got significantly easier to acquire as well, only needing
so
that
much easier.
1 death cap instead of 2.
Yeah, he really used to be like, if you didn't have the most blessed spot for it, you would just never even dream of playing him.
Yeah, no, every Yordle, other than Lulu Rumble and Teemo being an unlock, is so insane. Like, Poppy is an unlock, Kennen is an unlock. You've got Koboko and Yumi, who is an unlock.
Yeah.
Fizz, Vigar, and then Ziggs. But David Ace already has a level 2-star Zoe at level 5 here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and this is the power of all prismatic augments. within stage 2, you already have some pretty scary stuff online, and it's only going to get better for us as viewers. Scary for whoever is having a little bit less luck or having trouble piloting, but a lot of fun for us to watch.
Yeah, Darth Nub and David Ace with those 5 loss streaks might be sweating a little bit more than most here. But me first rate for Kai Wang, sitting pretty.
That's a good pickup. It's nice to have an early Lysandra as well to go with your starter kit Lux. We're just gonna put
Going
another Lux on the
straight
board.
to level 7, have another Lux.
We'll just hit a
If
level
you
and have
thought
another
the
source of
lasers were
lasers.
bad before, have a second. Gunblade! Gunblade spotted. Sorry, this makes me very happy. I see Gunblade.
Love a Gunblade.
I love a Gunblade. It is my favorite item in the entire set. If not all sets, I love Gunblade. But we get to see Kai Wang having both items from the Shimmer Scale Essence now, so it's gonna be so much gold here.
Yeah. And I'm a little scared now, because when I first saw Kai Wang with the Shimmer Scale augment, it did kind of sound like a Jinx angle. And now that we have the Gambler's Blade and a Kraken Slayer built, it may be a Jinx angle instead of our Yordles. I could be wrong, and I hope I am.
It was ready
it might
with
be
the
Jinx.
Yordles.
Oh, it was ready with the Yordles.
It was ready with the Yordles. But going on into our second prismatic augment here, me first array kind of quick on the draw here, being the first person to choose. And what is this? Is this Soul?
I think that was Soul Awakening.
Yeah, Soul Awakening.
So yeah,
I don't remember whether it's called Soul Leveling or Soul Awakening.
Oh
but
yeah, I get lost in that.
Yeah. Well, but we get to see 2 Tiniest Titan picks again.
We're so back.
JOC picks up the birthday present.
Oh, this is oh gosh, the golden remover, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what
Neither do I.
the name is like I know I'm so close, but I can't place it.
But a lot of combat augments were picked up here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You know, I definitely like it for you know, the person who has the early Lux in Lysandra. Having that combat power and just keeping up that strength, tempoing through stage 3. You know, and maybe worrying later on about getting a little bit of econ, but knowing that you're going to be very strong going through stage 3 and to be set up for a strong stage 4 with a free Lux unlock or the Lux upgrade, going to feel really good.
Wait, Reddy was one of our Tiniest Titan picks. They're now the same size as the Yordles. Let's go. It's fitting.
Finally, people thinking about the lore a little bit. My goodness.
Yeah, this is lore and legends, everyone. If you're playing Yordles, why are you not being the Yordle yourself?
It's what this game is made for.
Mm-hmm. But Me First Array has no frontline items at all, but is still sitting pretty at Mr. 100.
Yordles!
Yordle! Let's go!
And we do have 4. So we have the Kennen, Kabuko, Fizz, and Poppy. After all this time, the Yordles panned out for us. Thank you, Reddy.
Thank you, Reddy. I wanted this to happen, needed it to happen, and we get to see it happen.
Yeah.
It was in the stars, forged in the stars.
And Reddy does have an open rod as well, so maybe looking forward on this carousel, if nobody wants that misfortune, which I would find very hard to believe.
People are probably going to want that misfortune. We have a build water player.
Yep, and David Ace is quick to grab it.
Yeah, David Ace stole it from Darth Nub there.
Honestly, I don't know if this is the first that we've seen of... I don't know if we've seen David Ace's board in a minute, but I do see in the corner Disruptor, Longshot, Zoe, and Ionia, Nico. So we are we're cooking over there.
Yeah. Probably not the traits that we would have wanted to have, but still decent traits nonetheless. Can definitely see some good being made with it.
Definitely.
This is another board with 4 unlocks. Ladder Slayer, Bard, LeBlanc, Skarner, and Darius.
It's like these players knew that
Yeah,
we
the
were getting
players
anxious about
knew.
it. Like somewhere casters are complaining that we haven't unlocked a lot of champions on one board. Let's do something about it in this game.
And we get to see both our players with 4 unlocks here. We've got the Yordles versus Noxus.
I love it.
Go Fizz, go. Go Fizz, go. Look at him go. And he jumps. And he jumps.
He continues jumping.
The buff to Fizz's mana just made him infinitely funnier in my eyes.
He is really funny. I'll admit it. Like he can be very frustrating, but I have to recognize that it's funny to watch.
Mm-hmm. Frustrating when I'm
okay.
against it. Funny when I have it.
Exactly. We did see briefly for a second there. David Ace looked like he was setting up a Leona Malzahar Zoe combo. So good use of the Disruptor. Put it on Zoe. She's very happy to have that. And then Ionia, maybe a little bit trickier to work with for that comp, but you know, if nothing else, you're happy to have the Disruptor and can just use the other albums for a little bit of stats.
And if you need to re-roll them, chances are you've got a Reforger.
I love a Yordle board.
I love Yordles so much. They have to be my favorite.
And it's a good Yordle board.
For sure, for sure.
And that's a crushing win over Setsuko there.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay. Kaiwing right now has the Gambler's Blade and Kraken on Jinx. I didn't see the rest of the board, or a Vayne. I'm expecting it to be the Jinx later, but right now it's a Vayne.
You're expecting it to be a Jinx, but right now it is a Vayne. But they have the Kai'Sa for the long shot, so...
Yeah.
And Setsuko is our Ishtar player here, it seems.
And currently 170 Sun Shards. He is on a 7 loss streak, so I do wonder if he chose a loss-heavy quest and is potentially about to hit a big influx of shards. I can hope for that. I'd love to see a big cash out.
He can,
we'll
in
have to
fact,
see.
pray. There's some of those unlocks we get to see. We love to see, in fact. We immediately start revamping that board.
Yeah, we get the Yordles in, so we have Bruiser and Defender up, Arcanist and Defender through Nico. Hitting the cannon upgrade, so getting a little front line.
This is a very Bronze for Life looking non-bronze. No, wait, that is Bronze for Life.
Oh,
this
it is
a
Bronze
very
for Life.
Bronze for Life board. Oh my goodness, let's go.
Oh my gosh, I've been looking at that icon. Like I know what it is, but I can't remember what it looks like. That's Bronze for Life. We do
I was
have,
about to make the
here.
joke I normally make, because I see a lot of these horizontal boards and no one's running Bronze for Life, and it's like, this is a very Bronze for Life, non-Bronze for Life board. But no, this is a Bronze for Life board.
Accidentally being correct.
Accidentally correct? Whoops. I'm never correct. But this Mundo is refusing to die.
As he does.
1 HP in a dream. Mundo goes where he pleases.
He sure does.
He sure does.
And we do have Darth Nub playing for a Jinx angle. I like that.
Sorry. I'm fine.
Totally.
But going on into these last prismatic augments here, we see,
Did we just see two people immediately click Call to Chaos?
I love that.
it here.
David Ace
Thank
and
goodness.
Darth Nub, they are on the lower end of the point scalings. So they definitely need something. So maybe just going for the risky play and going for that gamble is going to give them what they want. And David Ace has that 3-star Malzahar off of it.
All right, yeah, so maybe he got a bunch of rolls, maybe a bunch of gold. Hitting the 3-star Malzahar has to feel really good. Darth Nub, in the meantime, did hit a Warwick 2, so both hitting some of their core upgrades as we go into stage 4. Oh, okay. These are some Mel items. So you do have a Mel online as well as an Annie, both almost fully itemized. Annie getting a lot of burn down, but both of them with the 1-star level, not enough to take down this Ari Ishtal board.
We do
Oh
get
my
to see
gosh.
Me First or Ape with that Soul Awakening, especially on the Zillion as well.
Yeah, that's got to feel really good. Had plenty of money to work with because he wasn't worrying about
Egg.
upgrading the Lux. Oh, we have an egg. Oh,
We
no.
have an egg. Let's go.
And you know what? That's
No.
actually like we were talking about, like, you know, what did he get from the Call to Chaos? Thinking maybe it was something that helped him to hit the Malzahar. No, it was an egg, and he
It was
hit the
an egg. He
Malzahar of
just-
his own merits.
Unfortunately, it did still immediately lose
Yeah.
the next round, so is looking hurt. JLC did just get a 3-star LeBlanc.
And Darth, I feel like it's an interesting position where, you know, you're not close to a Jinx, and, you know, he's level 8, may have just given up on the Jinx, in fact. But does have great items on the upgraded Warwick.
Sure, and this Mundo is, again, just going where he pleases. He is refusing to die, even as a 2-star. Oh, and JSC still
That is
losing as well with the upgrade.
Oh, Silvermere Dawn on Darius. Okay. So he is a meatball that is also stunning your tanks again and again and again.
Stunning for 0.8 of a second every 2 seconds. That's...
Oh, my nightmare.
And then
That's
he
definitely one of
casts
those
and then you're
artifacts.
bleeding?
Yeah, and then you're bleeding, and he's also healing. It's one of those artifacts that I feel like when I see it against me, I'm doomed. But when I click it, I have inted my whole board. Like, I'm definitely just never picking it at the right times. But it feels like it's good for everyone else and bad for me.
Yeah, I feel that, actually. But we get to see Me First or Ape, Kaiwang, and Ladderslayer getting some more upgrades in the Swain, Tarek, and the... Oh, but never mind. Setsuko with the 3-star Milio. 1 away from that 3-star cannon. There he is. And an Ari as well.
Just in time for the Ari. He's in a really good spot now. He cashed out at, I think it was 370 Sun Shards, and he got 2 TGs and a Golden Remover. So every round he's going to have 2 of his units getting random items that are at least pretty suitable to them, depending on how he moves them around. Yeah, that was a huge spike on that round.
Yeah.
Yeah, hits all of his upgrades, has a good win against Kaiwang, who does have the Gambler's Blade on the Kaisa. Meanwhile, on this board, as you pointed out before, there's a LeBlanc upgraded, as well as the Darius 3 with the Silvermere Dawn, Adapted Helm, and Sterix. So he is staying alive a long time to stun and stun and stun and heal and, you know, make everyone bleed. He's a scary boy.
This is something interesting. Why is it that every Darius board we've seen has had Darius alone in the lane?
Yeah, I don't know fully. Unfortunately, with how unplayable he was for a lot of the set, I don't fully know how he works, but I think he is so tanky that he can just absorb a lot of pressure, and it's good for him to get surrounded and hit everybody with his AoE, put on a lot of bleeds, and I imagine it's like League as well, where he gets extra healing from it. This is
and David Ace hates to see
swing.
it. Got the star up on the Zoe for the 3-star, but just did not have anything to deal with that Darius.
Yeah, that's such a tough one. I mean, David Ace was really in a pickle and ended up picking that Call to Chaos, which
And got an egg.
and got an egg. It's so hard to play Golden Egg in this patch. You know, stage 4, everybody's hitting really strong boards. And then, you know, even stage 5, when you still need to survive a couple of rounds with the Golden Egg, everybody else's boards are still getting stronger.
Oh, and Reddy has that 2-star Vigar now.
Oh.
We did get to see the Vigar getting unlocked, but has done
Love
an
it.
insane pivot into some really good-looking soup here.
It's a good
Like, we've got the
soup.
Blacksmith, the Chrono Keeper, Emperor, Harvester, Soulbound.
Yeah, and it's, this is a good position to be in where, um, you have the Ornn on the board. I don't know if he was just put on the board now, or if he's already started stacking for the artifact, but Reddy's got a lot of health and might get some artifacts out of the deal.
For sure. Puts in an Annie as well, gets the Arcanist. JLC gets a 3-star Draven. Darth Nub gets a 2-star Singed. But Ladder Slayer with the 2-star Annie there. Mephisto Rape, 2-star Lux. A lot of upgrades going on into the 5-1 fight here.
Oh my goodness. 2-star Mel, 2-star Shyvana, 2-star Annie and Tibbers. That's a scary one to be against.
This is a scary board. But it all could come to naught with the Zillion. Obviously, every cast puts them on a timer. Unfortunately, just with how oppressive the rest of the board is, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, not quite. And we have a double burn Lux.
If one burn isn't enough, add a second. We had the 2 Luxes, now we've got double burn. If one isn't enough, add a second.
just burn more. Why not? It works.
Yeah.
Nobody correct me. Pretend it works. I've been in that position before where, like, your best item is just a red buff because it's attack speed, so you can sort of cast more. Like, you would have rather had, a Shojin or something, but...
It's not just attack speed, alright? It's also 3% damage amp.
So true. Lux is thrilled to have that.
Yep. But going into Kai Weng's board, we still have the long shot here. Still having the Gambler's Blade on the Bane here. Would it not be wiser to add it to that Kai'Sa?
That's interesting, because he had it on the Kai'Sa earlier, and maybe in the meantime picked up a Void Staff and decided that it was better to switch him around. Yeah, I'm
nonetheless,
curious what the
seems
logic
to
might
be doing enough though.
It's winning rounds. He's still at the 30 gold, so has the full extra attack speed from Gambler's Blade for now. This is what peak Darius looks like.
It's so scary, and I don't understand why it worked. I do not have the knowledge for it, but solo frontline Darius is just apparently perfect.
Oh, and I love Kai Wing has a frontline Kog'Maw 1.
Yes!
It's beautiful.
It is.
Oh my gosh. It is going to fall handily to JRC's Darius LeBlanc board, though.
Mm-hmm. That Noctis Fleck proving why it is one of the top comps this patch.
Absolutely. We're going to have to keep an eye out for the Radiant items on the Mel board. I don't know how long she's been there, but there is a chance of getting some Radiance out of the deal.
It is true. We could see a potential Radiant print here. I don't know. It still takes a long time.
It really does.
And they only made it longer with her being easier to find. But looking at these boards and seeing just how low some of our players are here, like Darth Nub and JLC especially, it's scary.
Very. And Darth Nub in this position, obviously out of money, so not able to hit these upgrades now, but the power to be added here is in the Shyvana, Lucian Senna, and Kindred upgrades. Not as much Ziggs since there's just no items for him, but would have been nice to hit one of those going into this combat.
Yeah. It is a long shot, but there just is no other long shots to benefit from the trait on the board. but it might still be enough. But this Noxus board is so oppressive.
Very.
But the Mundo goes where he pleases. He still is looking so incredibly healthy.
That's why I love it. That's wild. Plenty of healing, a little bit extra from that Gunblade on Jinx, but just tearing through. Honestly, a very scary board. I mean, when you see Annie and Tibbers at 2-star, a 2-star Mel, I think it would be scary to a lot of people, but this board was really not concerned with it.
Yeah, this is a 2-star Mundo, by the way. This isn't even
Yeah.
his final form.
It gets scarier.
Me first array getting a 2-star Galio.
Jeez.
Alright, this Mundo we've seen prove time and time again that he goes where he pleases, but is it gonna be enough to withstand the onslaught that is this 3-star Darius, 3-star LeBlanc, and Draven from JOC? And it doesn't look like it will be. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Kai Wang also falls here.
Oh my goodness.
That is Kai Wang and Darth Nub falling on 5-6.
Hey, we're definitely at a point with a ton of board strength off of this triple prismatic. Yeah, we get things like this with a just terrifying Darius backed up by 3-star Draven and LeBlanc, just dishing out a monstrous amount of damage.
For sure. With the sweet treats as well, that's just so much more HP for the entirety of the team. Okay, Ladder Slayer picked up a 2-star Azir. Setsuko with the 3-star Kobuko. Oh, and Ladder Slayer also gets a 2-star Silas.
Oh, that's a huge hit. Meanwhile, we've been watching this pre-round. JRC using quite a few rolls with the Prismatic Ticket to look for some of these upgrades. Maybe a Swain. A Kindred would be nice too, and just didn't find a thing.
Yeah, but Ladder Slayer got some insane upgrades, and that's also a Radiant Archangel Staff on the Mel.
It did take quite a minute, but she printed.
She printed. Darius could not hold up, and JOC also falls. As does Me First or Eighth. We go on into our top 3 here. We skip a top 4.
Just go straight to 3. Yeah, I mean, that was like looking at the Darius board. That definitely looked like one of the top ones. It was very powerful, but I mean, it's a tough break to be in that position and then to go up against Silas 2, Mel 2, who just hit a Radiant Archangels, Annie 2 as well. Like, it was a disgusting board to run into. It's obviously one of the most OP of the patch as well, and just very scary when you run into somebody who hit it really well.
Sure, and we also saw with this last 3 round as well. Reddy went to level 10. So it's already gonna have the numbers advantage, and like on Ladder Slayer and Setsuko. Setsuko's still at level 8.
Level 8 with a 10 win streak is pretty wild.
Yeah.
Once again, I shouldn't say a word. I mean, it was kind of gonna happen anyway, but I didn't realize as I was saying it.
Oh, Reddy's soup is getting better by the minute, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't Reddy also have the Tactician's Kitchen?
I believe so.
So Reddy's actually got 11 units to play with.
A lot of stuff on the board.
We get to see it firsthand, actually. That is Lucian, Senna, Zillion, Annie, Tibbers, Silas.
Oh, it's scary.
It's very scary, but the Silas goes down.
Yeah,
Is it gonna
Silas
be
got into
enough?
the
It
back
doesn't.
line early, but just can't contend
Yeah.
against this zillion Annie damage.
Ladder Slayer does walk away with some health though, but Setsuko also loses as well. Seems to be a case of playing for second here.
Yeah, it looks like, and it's, just if we're going just based on tier lists and stuff, it does feel hard to go for a second against another Annie player.
Mm-hmm. But like we saw with the top comps when we had a look at those earlier, the Annie board has a top 4 rate and a win rate of 46%. So we're seeing firsthand just how powerful it actually is. The fact that 2 of our players in this game have it. It all just depends on who takes more damage in this next round.
Exactly. Setsuko down to no funds. Ladder Slayer still has some money in the bank, so maybe confident in winning this round and being able to push to 10 next turn.
But we are gonna see right here, right now, who goes out. Setsuko versus Ladder Slayer.
Oh, a
This
huge
is
Melcast.
the fight for third.
Ari in a dream.
This is more like Ari in a nightmare. Did you see the opposing board?
Yeah, all these like fully upgraded legendaries at full HP as your last unit
Mhm.
falls is a little bit of a nightmare.
But Setsuko does take up a third place position in this game with an Ari reroll board. Ladder Slayer goes to 10th, doesn't have anything to put in, just puts in an Ari just as any amount of fodder, really. Looking at Reddy's board, this is terrifying.
Yeah, you really don't want to be in a position where your saving grace is that, there's a Silas 1. It's like, oh, like maybe that'll save me is the fact that that's not upgraded. Like if that's your only hope, like it is pretty terrifying.
We can see here the Annie has cast the Mel in the back, goes down. It's just the Annie
Ladder
and the
Slayer's
Tibbers.
melted.
And Reddy takes our first place position for game 3. What an insane play. 2 Annie Tibbers boards taking our top 2 spots here.
It's fun to see, we've definitely had a couple of days where we just didn't seem to see any Annies on stream, and now we get a top 2 Annie. It's fun as a viewer to see something that's, pretty busted be played really well by 2 players in one game.
Yeah, for sure. We got to see just how powerful Annie Flex actually is. It was good soup for everyone. Everyone was eating well, especially those 2 people who made it. Like, Reddy with 11 units on the board with the Tactician's Cape, just being able to constantly have the player lead, just having so many units, having such an incredibly strong opener in the Yordles as well. Like,
Absolutely.
play Yordles more. Moral of the story: play Yordles more.
We have 3 games for some more Yordles, and we hope to see at least a couple boards with a Yordle or 2.
For sure.
Or 8.
But we will not be the casters for those ones. We are going to pass off to 2 amazing casters after us, being Hanabi and Bizu. So we're going to cut to break and give them as much love as you've given us. But stream with TFT, and we will see you again for game 4.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage here on Guardian Angel League of the Americas Regional Finals on week 2 and day 2. Welcome back, everybody. I'm here along with Bisu. We're here to cast the last few games of the day and see who moves on to the final lobby this weekend.
All right. Looks like we're jumping straight into game. A couple of players worth noting here. Some Citadel gamers we're seeing Marcel P, as well as Robin Songs, and some Vitality representation with Precedent, and some up and rising rookies as well, like Brahu. Any players that particularly stand out to you that you think will take this game?
If we had to take one pick, my guess would be Robin Songs, who has been playing out of his mind this entire tournament, leading, I think, the pack with a honestly insurmountable lead at this point, has a very good chance at making it to the top lobby, but paired with that freedom to play however he wants, I think he can definitely just angle for a top spot here in this final lobby. Gotta be feeling pretty cozy in this spot. Very good read on the meta so far.
Absolutely. Robin is one of those players where as the step progresses and you get a better idea of what lines you can play into, the line selection I think is Robin Song's specialty that shines through in top stages like these, and we can see that through his results so far. He has gone first, second, and second in the first 3 games of day 2. So we're expecting some great things from Robin. Hopefully, a Worlds qualification as well. But this lobby is a pretty tough one. We have Broseph, who has been really getting into coaching TFT, learning TFT, really taking the competitive scene seriously, as well as some top competitors like Tunington, who has made multiple cup appearances. So this is going to be one to watch for sure.
Absolutely. Many strong contenders here. Also, a big shout out to folks like Pokygom and Prestivan, who are also strong competitors, very often featured in these last day lobbies. So, gonna be cool to see how they all shake out here in this last game that will eliminate another few players, I believe, after this one. I think we're gonna say goodbye to another 4 folks after this, actually, and then 4 will also auto qualify. So we'll get 8 final folks contending for the last 4 spots after that. So, gonna be what kind of augment here? It's a gold augment to start things off. Already on the board, I'm seeing a lifting competition over there from Tunington, some trade sector takes for rerolls later on, some stars are born for Pocky. Wants to start early with some 2 stars here. Yeah, what are some interesting things that you can also see here?
Yeah, I would like to know Precedent did take calculated loss, and one of the better things about this patch is that you can really lean into those 5 loss streaks and you still have the potential to win out. Like, you can loss streak until 3-5 and roll for your Zoe 2, Malzahar 2, Leona 2 to go for that 3-cost reroll board. Or you can just go for a fast 8, fast 9 board with Annie-Silas cap. So there's a lot of ways that you can take it. But one thing to note here, I think every one of our players took some sort of resource or econ augment, which really signifies the importance of that early game econ so that you can get to the strong late game boards.
Absolutely. Econ is king, especially if you want to try to make it to something like a fast 9 board later in the game and have a future after you hit some of those 3-star 3 costs or some of those strong 2-star 4 costs if you're playing something like a Demacia board, which we see here, Cambuli angling towards that Demacia line that Kaiwen was playing so many times on day 1, right? I think a lot of the other players have realized that this Demacia line is actually a lot stronger than they thought of in the scrims, so they're starting to play it. We see potentially a Jarvan there. Yep, Jarvan 2 gonna be bought, and immediately level to 5. We're already level 5 here on 2-2, which is an aggressive move. Really wants to cement that win streak here in stage 2.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if Cambuli will slam like a tier on the Scion to potentially... Oh, and there we go. The 2 items on the Scion will get that LeBlanc unlocked and setting up his board to a very strong position in stage 2 with the 2 Invokers. We'll have Sona and LeBlanc in the backline and the beefy frontliners like the Jarvan 2, really making this a good setup for eventually expecting a Demacia rise or some sort of Annie-Silas setup that we discussed a little bit ago.
Absolutely. One of the curious things there is Marcel actually won that first fight, but then lost the second because he really is playing towards that savings account augment, wants to make sure he just maximizes as much interest as possible. So that's why you see the weird mix streak, but it actually makes sense in that spot. But yes, in the meantime, Cambuli with the Invokers, with the Demacians, going to feel really happy about the start. Has a good angle at looking towards a 5-win streak here in stage 2.
Definitely. Meanwhile, Broseph here using his trade sector rerolls to unlock that Bard. It looks like he doesn't have as strong of a frontline setup as some other boards that we've seen. We've seen some beefy Poppy 2, Shen 2, Laoi 2 front lines, but making sure that you do have that extra resource generator from the Bard and the Shogun Slammed, which will help immensely as we get to the more expensive late game board setups. So if I were Broseph, I'm not too unhappy about his spot. Although we are seeing a lot of AP angling early game boards here. So we'll see how the players kind of navigate contesting or maybe just potentially pivoting into some reroll lines, which we've seen a lot more in our first 3 games. So excited to see where our players take this. Also, noting that Robin Songs and Precedent both have 1 Bard on the board. They're really taking this loss streak really, really seriously.
I mean, especially when you see some of these other folks in the lobby taking Stars Art board and just having massive boards, loading into 2-1 with massive boards, you really have to think to yourself, can I even contest these folks for a win streak? And if you can't, maybe Bard and a loss streak is the answer. And if you can lose streak harder than your friends can, as you see with sort of folks like Brahu, Broseph also sort of went for that sort of line. But there's nothing better than just having 1 unit or less on the board. Wondering what will happen if these two run into each other. Are they going to sort of, try to fake out each other for who's going to go for a harder grief in some sense to try to stop the loss streak of the other?
Yeah, absolutely. They're just praying that they don't face each other at this point. Like, for loss, both players really, really want it. And a little bit of extra HP saving would not hurt here, but we'll see if these players actually face against each other. The worst case scenario being on 2-6. Oh, speaking of, we do have the loss streak face off, and Precedent with 1 Bard will take this loss streak.
The most epic battle of all time, of all America's regionals. Here we go, Bard versus Bard. And the Dukes of one will prevail over the other. The one case where you don't want to win. The one time.
Absolutely.
So we see Tunington here has that LeBlanc, Demacia, and Boker, but so does Camberley on the other side. And Camberley's ward was a bit stronger with all those 2 swords in the front, despite the lifting competition and some initial cash out from Tunington there. So Camberley keeping that streak up. Tunington still in a good position, but has to try to find some more of those bruiser upgrades. Does find the Scion 2 we see in the background, so definitely going to have a chance to making that easy lift and maybe that medium lift pretty soon.
Absolutely. Looking at Pokegum's board over here, he did slam a Last Whisper and a Sunfire, making sure that we do have that utility for the Sunder and the anti-heal moving forward. And some sort of early Bilgewater setup. Even though he did lose at 2-3, it looks like this is a pretty strong, like going into stage 3, we know what we're looking for. Our line is relatively less contested compared to some of the other AP lines. So Poke's spot is looking pretty good.
Yeah, Bilgewater, when it's contested, can feel really painful to play, but when it's not contested and you have decent star levels from the get-go, you can sort of convert it into a sort of fast 9 situation with some really good legendaries and maybe something like a Kindred, a Lucian Senna. With your Misfortune later on, you are in a good spot. Despite it not being one of the preferred lines right now, I'd still say, like you're saying, it's going to have a good chance to make it out. Although we do lose here to Trinington by maybe 1 or 2 HP, so that'll be unlucky here for Pokegum. He does make 30 gold, so he does have a decent amount of income. Gonna be pretty happy with the situation, but not as happy as if he had won that fight.
Definitely. Anything that we're looking for in particular on these neutrals? For one, I love some variants with some gold orbs or prismatic orbs, looking to shake things up just a little bit. Of course, from the perspective of the players, they don't welcome as much variance because they just want to execute the lines flawlessly, but as a watcher and a caster, we do love to see a little bit of like, oh, here's an early 5 cost, or oh, here's a 20 gold injection.
Absolutely. A little bit of chaos never hurts when you want to have some excitement in the game. But also if you're one of those players who doesn't have a high score right now and really needs something great to make it out, adding a little variance and a little chaos to sort of disrupt spots, the more chaos you can get, the better if you want to try to overtake people in the standings. So there's a chance that some of those players who are sitting towards the bottom want something crazy to try to, throw people off their game. Could be an option, but otherwise if you're sitting in the middle towards the top, you're like, give me a very standard normal game, I'll take my top 4, I'll make it to the next set of games, I'll be pretty happy.
Definitely. going into stage 3, Cambolee in a pretty awesome spot. We have the Poppy 2 online from the Stars Born on from our 2-1 augment. We have a great set of items for our LeBlanc, setting ourselves up for kind of a flexible AP spot. We can really play into anything here. And with the extra like defender stats on the entire board, it looks like he will continue on with this win streak going into early stage 3.
Either way, that was a Tarek on the board.
Mm.
3-1 Tarek on the board for a team that already loves having tons of HP, right? Demacia team, like Tarek is healing that team up forever with all the reduced mana cost as we cast over and over again. I mean, Cambolee's board has got to be in a very strong spot to honestly maybe even just rocket past fast 8 on Demacia and get to fast 9 pretty fast.
Definitely. In our 3-2 augment choice, we do have a silver augment, which if you are some of our lower rolling players at the bottom, not very happy to see it because we have less of a chance to switch things up. But we do have some solid silver augments that we can get, like augmented power, for instance. Maybe not the greatest tempo play if you're in Cambolee spot, but you could take it for a chance of a prismatic. Looks like Cambolee does take eye for an eye for those extra components, hoping for a 3-item LeBlanc. Will we slam the adaptive on the LeBlanc, or will we save it for an extra tank item?
Either way, I mean, he can slam the adaptive just to keep the win streak going. He could also try to reforge it just to see if he really, really desperately wants something like a Void Staff just to make sure. Although it'd be a little riskier to do so, but I like the items take here. I think he can wait and just look for best items because he already has tons of stars on the board. He's guaranteed to see some components eventually. Honestly, he's gonna be feeling pretty happy about this situation. Like, I think the items augment is kind of exactly what he needed, given he has star levels, he has units, he has money in the bank because of his win streak and you know how he's been doing so far. I think he's happy to see items component. One thing to call out, by the way, if we see augmented power, we know that the next augment we will see cannot be a prismatic. It must be either a silver or gold. So gonna be curious to see if augmented was not augmented was not taken by anybody. So the best anyone can do in the next augment is going to be a gold augment at the last one.
That's a great point. Oh, meanwhile, Broseph here, with the extra econ that he was able to generate with the early trade sector and maybe sacking his early game a little bit, we do take Dumbify, which we've seen can lead to some pretty strong setups, especially if we're going for some hyper-scaling carries like a Malzahar in the backline, healing. We do have a Zoe with 3 items, and that does look like a 3-cost reroll line. If our Broseph, super happy to click on the Dumbify augment and wait for that really big roll down on level 7.
Absolutely. 10 rerolls banked up, ready to go. The dummy is perfect for a comp like this where you just want time for Zoe to shoot bubble after bubble, and eventually with the Malzahar we'll just slowly whittle away at an opponent's health. The one tricky part here is going to be that other folks like Robin Songs were kind of contesting that Malzahar line, so gonna be interesting to see what those folks have to do now to sort of flex out, or if they'll try to keep staying the course. Also worth noting that they might not really, like if you're Robin, you might not care that much because you're sort of already in a good spot in the standings. You can probably just try to gamble it, but yeah, for Prestivan and Robin Songs, not a happy sight to see that Broseph is sticking to that line with a much better position with that huge dummy that just lives forever in some sense.
Definitely. As we pointed out earlier, Robin Song's sitting at 57 points and number 2 is sitting at 50, so we are pretty much guaranteed into Day 3 and the regionals finals. So he's just playing a line that he thinks, you know, maybe needs a little bit more limit testing going into Day 3 for those extra reps in comps that maybe he doesn't feel as confident in. So let's look at some other setups here. Press event, I want to note, has a Belveth with a Gwynsu Kraken, and we haven't seen as much of like a Slayer line being played, but if he's able to pull it off, I would be excited to see some AD comps dominate the lobbies.
I mean, yeah, Slayer's definitely not the premier comp it was in the last patch that we saw, but still could be played. It's still, you know, one of those fast 8 lines that in a world where, let's say, a lot of these 3-cost players don't hit their stuff in stage 4, maybe you can actually punish some of those weaker boards at that point in the game. So there's a chance that the Slayer's line could work out. It's also this sort of situation where, you know, Prestivan's caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Or in this case, between a Dumbify and a Robin Songs, right? sort of stuck between we can't play the Miles line anymore, you know, so a lot of those reroll lines are off the table, and maybe he saw this Bel'Veth in shop or Carousel and said, okay, it's the best thing I have right now. It's some sort of direction I can try to play for a big spike on stage 4 and maybe eke out a couple of placements over some of the other folks in stage 4.
Definitely. We are seeing an AP matchup here. Again, a lot of our players are leaning into those AP lines. A couple of folks are playing a 3-cost reroll. Others are going for the fast 8 Invoker setup, going into potentially a fast 9 setup, going into stage 5. Tunington with a huge hit there on LeBlanc too. That is going to pump out a lot of damage, and the Scion as well in the front line is just going to grow so beefy, as well as the silver augment that he got. Speaking of that silver augment, seems to be a really popular choice with the solo frontline setups that a lot of people are going for. Like Robin here just solo frontlining the Leona with the Zoe ramping up in the back. So really solid setups just going into stage 3 neutrals. And if I were these players, we just hope that we got a hit. Like we see a couple of contesters, and if you don't hit, you're just gonna lose out in stages 4 and beyond.
One thing that makes it good if you're playing other 3-cost reroll lines is that you will thin the pool when you pull for all these 3 costs at the same time. That's the good news for these 3-cost players. The only downside is if you're contested. So I do think it's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out. I also want to point out, yeah, the Earth Axiom take, fantastic idea from a lot of these players. A lot of these folks need that sort of solo frontliner. In this case, Sion is great because we went to Lift very heavily for the Lift competition. In the case of like a Leona, she loves playing even like a solo targeting with Gargoyle Stoneplate doubled up there. And even folks like Darius can use it, right? Darius loves to be targeted and then just spin
Absolutely.
to win over and over again as if he's doing a Garen cosplay. So gonna be curious to see how that lines up. As we see Marcel P already at level 8 here. We haven't talked much about his line. He's also in a Demacia situation, not that unlike Cambuli, who we saw earlier, with the Demacia Invoker setup as well. So gonna be curious to see if that contesting happens at all here on stage 4, if they decide to roll a lot here at all.
Definitely. Precedent moving over the Gwynsu Kraken from the Bel'Veth onto the Jinx, leaning into more of a Warwick line. Looks like we have 7 Sejuanis on the bench, so we really want to hit our 3 costs like a Jinx 3, which we've seen that it can find a lot of success against some of the weaker front lines if folks do not hit on their roll down. Speaking of, he is rolling down to find that Jinx 3. We have 7 Jinxes, but we really need to find that upgrade for us to start winning fights. We're on a 10-loss streak. Not a lot of HP to work around.
Sejuani 3 or Jinx 3 has to happen here. There's the Sejuani 3, which is massive. Yeah, worth selling that 1 copy of Warwick, which is hard to find, hard to complete the pair there later at level 7. But yes, I think even with just having this 3-star Sejuani, there's a good chance that this 2-star Jinx, which is kind of in an overpowered situation at the moment, could honestly win out a lot of these early fights of stage 4. Maybe struggling in the back half, but at this point, with only 1 Jinx left to complete the 3-star Jinx, there's a good chance you also get that. So good timing to find this 3-star Jinx, just in time maybe, but we had to roll all the way to almost 0 to do it. Maybe we still lose this fight. It's very close. Down to the last autos here, and Jinx still gets cast on by the Lux's dazzling beam of light.
Yeah, unfortunate that Precedent did face against Marcel P. Going to 4-2 augment, we do not see a prismatic. It is a gold augment. If you are one of those top players like Tunington or Brubba who kind of cruising along with your line, happy to see a gold augment to continue reinforcing that execution past stage 4. But Precedent down to 1 or 2 lives here, depending on how bad of a loss he takes. And there is the Jinx 3. That is a huge upgrade. But going into some of those Demacia lines, and if we do have a Swain right in front of our Freylord setup, that will be a little bit unfortunate for the rest of the board that is not the Jinx who has the QSS.
Yeah, if I'm Precedent, I almost want to place this Ashe on the other side of the board. Like, I really just do not want to see this Swain cast ever go off on this Jinx, because all she needs to do is get some time to auto as many times as possible. As we see a Swain right there on the board, a Mel Disruptor board from Cambuli, who has flexed in the sort of the Noxus Fast 9 angle, has the Lux to just spread the red buff, and Morales for now, so sort of a double burn combo. Maybe a shout out to D-Pay if you know D-Pay. A little bit of D-Pay biz action here, but it's totally fine. Let's see if the Sejuani can hold on long enough for the Jinx to get more autos off. This Jinx 3 is going to go infinite for now, keeping Prestivan alive, but it's going to be very difficult. Prestivan is basically down to 1 life at this point.
Definitely. Barbara who, in the meantime, we do see a level 8 situation with 7 Ionia online. That is still an RE2, but we've seen RE2 be quite strong, especially with Water Axiom. Speaking of a 3-cost AP carry, we are seeing Robin roll down to start hitting some of his key upgrades like the Leona, the Zoe, or the Malzahar, sitting on 6 copies of each at this point in the game. Not very happy with this situation, but we gotta work with what we get.
Yeah, he really wants to have at least one of his 3 stars completed by now, but he is sitting on 71 gold. So I'm wondering if he's just, trying to really greed the gold and see what happens. Maybe his carousel will also dictate some of his choices. Not sure here. As Prestivan still trying to stay alive, running into Tunington, who is running that big, bulky bruiser lifting competition setup with the Invokers in the back line.
Definitely. That Scion, even though it's just a Scion 2, is just providing so much HP to the already beefy board that he has. And, oh, the Jinx is just going off. She is getting excited, and that will be a huge win for Prestivan going into Stage 4 Carousel.
Prestivan completing the first part of what he needed to do. He really needs to win it all of his Stage 4 fights. Losing that first one was tricky, but at least he's got 4-2 and 4-3. Now he needs to try to find that Loris 3 and stabilize even further and maybe win out the rest of the game. He's got a chance. It's going to be difficult as we go to the final carousel here before some eliminations start to happen.
Absolutely. The bottom 2 players immediately going for this 5 cost. We do need a little bit more econ injection for us to hit those key upgrades. And Cambuli just going for an extra tier. We do see that he is carrying 2 AP backliners, so maybe we are trying to complete that last item for the Lux that we're seeing on his board.
By the way, Robin Songs actually does already have a Shyvana on his board, so maybe he can find a second Shyvana somehow and luckily run into a Shyvana 2 on level 7. So far he's got... There's the 3-star Zoe. He does manage to hit that part at least. Still looking for the Malzahars and the Leonas. I think he's sitting on maybe... Let's see how many Malzahars. He still needs 4 Malzahars, so quite a ways away on that front, but does manage to find 2 more right there, so he still needs 2 more. There's another one. Can he find the last one for a 3-star Malzahar here? Could be the clutchest roll down of his life, or not really, not under that much pressure, but trying to make it happen. Doesn't quite find it in time, but at least has the Zoe 3 for now, and this buffed up Leona who can try to work against... Oh boy, we ran right into this Jinx.
And that Leona solo frontline will not really cut it for Prestivan's board, which has 2 more 3-stars. No, actually 1 more 3-star after he hit the 3-star Zoe. But it's still going to be a pretty brutal loss for Robin. And he is on 1 life, which is an unfortunate situation, just going into Stage 4 and beyond.
He must take comfort in the fact that this game for him is basically a scrim. It's okay if he loses it, but he'd like to, end the day on a positive note. So there's the Malzahar 3. That's a positive note right there.
That is a positive one.
Still 2 away on the Leona, but maybe there's a chance that even with just the 2-star Leona, we might be okay with an Earth Axiom. At the very least, having this Malzahar should be good enough to at least hopefully survive this next fight. He's praying to run into someone who's saving a lot of gold, maybe a fast 9 player, and just scam a win here potentially, and live to see another day. We'll see. Who's he running into? There is a Warrior Axiom. That is Bababahu, who I think honestly hasn't spent that much money yet. Yes. So it is a 2-star on the Ahri. It's a 2-star on the Wukong, but I think this should be salvageable as long as Set does not obliterate our backline. Leona is almost dead though.
Leona, and she takes just enough, but the Set is just going onto the Zoe, slamming her into the ground. And this is going to be a close one. Malzahar is still casting the Voidlings. Oh, and it's a close fight, but Robin Songs does take the win. Living to see 1 more stage going forward.
Still alive there, really lucking out in playing against the Ionia board there. I think there's a lot of boards that are currently out that would have honestly beaten this Malzahar board, despite hitting the 3 stars, just because we have no front line. So Robin Songs is thanking his lucky stars or his lucky sparkles that he made it, but still has to find the Leona 3 to survive.
Definitely. Another 3-cost reroller here, Broseph, on 8 Aries.
8 Aries. Hey, if Broseph finds the 3-star Ahri, he could win out. The only problem is that who also has a 2-star copy of Ari, so Ari is quite hotly contested. Not a lot of Aris left in the pool. Broseph needs some very good luck here to get a good shop that contains the nine-tailed fox. The very charming nine-tailed fox, might I add.
Very charming. I would love to see an Ari just making it all the way across the finish line. We have seen a lot of success on the Annie Fast 9 boards, but a 3-cost reroll winning the entire game, that is not easy to come by. So I am looking out for these 3-cost rerollers. Oh, and speaking of, Broseph does hit the RE3. So we will see if that finds success versus some of these other stronger stage 5 boards.
Robin Songs did hit the Leona 3 as well. This board is basically at its max cap right now for the most part. But Pokkigom has a pretty strong Bilgewater board as well. Gonna be interesting to see. The NASA's gonna evolve over and over again and ascend as a Shuriman often does. There's a Zero in the backline, but it's just not enough so far. It looks like Leona is surviving for so long. There come the casts, there come the bubbles, there comes the Leona cast, smiting down Pokkigom down to maybe 2 lives at this point.
Absolutely. Our 3-cost rerollers are seeing a lot of success just going into stage 5. They are hitting their units, and as you pointed out, if one person rerolls a 3-cost, the other people are more likely to find their units in the 3-cost pool. So we're seeing a lot of our players hit here. In the meantime, Tunington going for that Fast 9 with the lifting competition, that extra 40 gold injection from that third lifting competition, I believe, will provide enough gold. And we have a double Silas shop.
Double Silas shop on the first unlock of Silas is huge because the odds go down when you first unlock for that second Silas, but if you get that immediately, much better odds to make the pair into a 2-star Silas soon. Trinidad's board could become massive. We have so many bruisers. We have the cash up from lifting. There's a good chance once we get these items onto our Silas. Also a Rise in the background too. This could be quite a high cap out board, but is it too little too late? So far, looking okay against Pokkigom's board. The Bilgewater board still stuck on 8, I think, here, which is not the best for Pokkigom. I guess never really saw those misfortunes that quickly. Still, this NASA is doing so much work, keeping Pocky alive, whittling Tunington down to 1 life left. Gonna have to try to find the Silas 2 right here, right now.
Definitely. That board with the Fast 9 Rise Fairlord setup has a lot of unlocks. I believe we've seen 4 or 5 on the board. So it is very fun to play around, especially with lifting competition. And if Tunington is able to find more upgrades, for example, a Rise 2, a Volibear 2, it will make this board extremely strong. And we are just hoping for that Rise 2 and the Silas 2.
Yeah, the Rise unlock, Silas unlock, the Volley unlock, and the Koboko all playing a big part, as well as that cannon. So that's 5 unlocks on the board, quite a bit. There's the 2-star Lissandra, but opts not to make it for now because it's not really itemized except for that Morello. And we're running right into Prestiven's Jinx combo. Here we go. 3-star Loris, 3-star Sejuani, and a 3-star Jinx. This is a tricky fight. Can Tunington survive it?
The Silas does ult into the back and just dies immediately with the Jinx on with the QSS just not being stunned, and that Sejuani is taking massive amounts of damage as the Jinx just scales. This is not going to be a close fight, and I believe this is the end for Tunington.
Down goes Tunington, down goes Robin Songs as well in the background. Both players eliminated this round, I think. And there we go. So Tunington only going to get 2 points from this one. Pokkigom's still alive there in the background. It looks like we have 6 players left in this lobby. Yeah, Broseph still looking nice and pretty there with a bunch of health and has the 2 win streak with the 3-star Ari. Actually playing around a Yunara as well. This unit was so maligned. No one really believes in her anymore, but says, you know what, in this board, in this situation, it's not a bad play with the Kindred that he also managed to find. Decent adaptation there in Flexible TFT.
Flexible TFT. That's why we love this patch so much. Every line is playable as long as you can execute it correctly. Speaking of Pokkigom, with the Bilgewater line and the Lucian Senna too, this board is looking quite formidable, although we are missing a couple of frontline upgrades. If we are able to hit that, maybe the Swain 2 or maybe a Lucky Tom Kench 2, that's going to provide a lot of effective HP for the Senna and the Misfortune to scale in the background.
Yes, the Nasus is absolutely a beast, so a pretty decent frontliner, but yes, we'd love to have Tom Kench 2 as an even better frontliner than Nasus 2, so would be good to see that. For now, honestly, I'm very impressed by the board that was constructed. It's very rare to see a Bilgewater team play around in a Azir. I'm not used to seeing that, but I think Pocky's been making it work with the best of what he has on his roll down, so I think it's not a bad board at all. As we see, Camille here has the Mel 2, I believe, going up against Brababahu, who's honestly, the board is just not looking quite as strong right now, although there is, I guess, a Sylas that's not really going to get to cast again, and the Mel smites down with the force of Noxus. Here we go, Prestivan also getting knocked out there as well, which is surprising because that Jinx 3 was looking so strong.
Definitely. And Pokemon goes down as well. A lot of our players getting eliminated. We are down to our top 4. And Brababahu just sitting here wondering, hey, we've scraped out a top 4 from that spot, even though we are contested Ionia, and Broseph at the top just cruising along with the RE3 and the Dumbify setup.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where it feels like, hey, I'm just glad I didn't get a 6th, 7th, or 8th, right? When you're this contested on the Aries and you've itemized towards the Ari, just stabilizing with this Yone 2, stabilizing with this Wukong 2, it's a good enough result for someone like in this spot, I think, when you're this contested. So Brababahu can't feel too disheartened as he runs right into the RE3 that was aforementioned with a Dumbify front line that honestly he's going to be stuck on for a while.
Definitely. And this dummy is just going to get bigger as the rounds progress. So Broseph's setup just the game is just playing itself for him. Like, we've hit all of our key units, and down goes Brababahu, who was the Ionia contester. Meanwhile, we have a AP match-off with Camille and Marcel P both having some sort of Galio Rise setup, I believe.
Last cast, is Camille alive? Well, Camille's dead. So down goes Camille there, as well as Brababahu. It's down to Broseph and Marcel P in this one, who are fighting for that first place spot. And honestly, I don't see a world in which Broseph's board can be overtaken. Like you said, this Dumbify is only getting larger and larger as the rounds go along. And I want to talk about, again, the smart play here of just playing, hey, Ionia's contested, I can't really get to Yone. What if I just play around a 2-star Yunara along with this Kindred? I have a dummy that'll allow Yunara to scale over and over and over again and just cast forever along with this Ari. It's a really good combo.
Definitely. As well as the third augment selection with the glass cannon just providing a lot of damage imp. We know we have the front line. We know we have the upgrades. So now we just gotta play around our hyper carry backliners. Super, super well played from Broseph here.
Yeah, who cares if our cannons are made of glass if you can't ever see them or get to them?
Exactly.
Right? We've got a big rock wall in the front and they're never going to surmount it.
Absolutely.
Speaking of big rock, where's a... Maybe we cap it with a Brock on this board, eh? Start playing Ishtal. Where's the Nico?
There is a Nico on the board, but hey, where's the Skarner? We gotta see the big Scorpion.
and Nidalee unlock soon?
Literally soon? Question mark. Going up against Marcel P, who did hit that Zillion upgrade, that is going to provide a lot of damage for that board. That Lux was not really cutting it, but if we are able to scale versus Broseph's massive frontline, this might be a close fight.
I will say one of the benefits is that Lux actually can reach the backline with these long rays of light, and so far it's looking like actually the Demacian board is just looking quite strong. The Zillion cast bombs are just slowly taking down all the health bars of everyone else besides the dummy. It's one of the ways you can reach the not dummy over and over again. Maybe there's a chance as Broseph decides, okay, I gotta find something better than this. I gotta level up. I gotta use my banked rerolls and see what I can get.
Definitely. Holding a couple of Garants on the bench, looking to potentially unlock a Sylas here. It looks like has the set unlocked, has the set pair, but we are not hitting any of the 5-cost upgrades.
And nothing so far. I will point out that we kept the Bard in, which is actually such a cool tech choice, right? Even, it's very seldom you'll see Bard included in this late game board. Broseph saying I still need to farm rerolls in the cases or print units that are useful in the case where things don't go well for me. So surprised to see the Bard on the board, but I think it makes sense because Broseph had enough health and econ to just be able to greet it, right? He's saying I can just get a bunch of rerolls and go to 9 using the Bard rerolls as an extra reroll augment in some ways.
Definitely. We do, Broseph down to 1 life after this one, so it looks like he will take out the Bard for a couple of higher value units. Although he does take the win here, and Marcel down to 1 life. That was quite surprising. I wonder what made the fight difference here.
Positioning was definitely huge in that one. I think having to work through the bombs on, like, basically just forcing the Lux to choose between one group of people or the other instead of them all getting hit at once was a big difference here. So I think it made a difference. We do find the Silas, which is very helpful as a replacement for our Nico. We're now finally taking that Bard off the board. I'm curious to see if we hit set 2, do we move items over to a set 2 and play set 2 as well? So far, though, we're sticking with this Yunara for now. And yeah, so the idea is he's trying to split the units into 2 parties and saying, your laser can only ever hit one of my groups of people at once. That's the idea, I think, with this this positioning setup. Yeah, and so we're hitting the Yunara instead of the Ahri. This actually might make the difference.
Right, there goes the Galio cast, but will the Silas get to cast again? And that is a huge Silas ult. The Jarvan just ulting into the back line. Will this be enough? No, it... Oh,
Ahri,
I'm sorry,
Ahri's a
spoke too
chance.
soon.
Ahri's a chance. Oh, it's so close.
This was such a close fight. And we go into stage 6, Carousel. What are we looking for if we are these players?
I mean, completed item is going to be pretty helpful for Swain to be tankier for Marcel P. As for Broseph, probably just figuring out how can I make my Ahri damage a little bit bigger? How can I make her cast one more extra time? Can we make it happen? Here we go. One last roll down for all the marbles here. Trying to hit maybe a set 2 or a Kindred 2 or anything at this point to upgrade the board. Nothing giving so far. All the gold has been rolled. Items are going to be switched over. It's going to be Nashor's JG for maximum crit and maximum mana generation value on this Ahri. We'll see if it can happen. Just, yeah, making extra casts as well for this Silas, hoping to cast an extra time. Here we go. Moving the dummy around. One last chance for both these players.
Oh, and the Swain is sitting right in front of our key units. If it does manage to get the cast off, it's just going to have such a damage loss. And it gets... That's a huge stun. So much is going on in this board. I have no idea what is going on, but a lot of lasers being fired. The Silas does ult and into the front line. The dummy goes down
as well.
And Marcel P takes this game. Look at him,
Look
so
at Marcel
happy.
P. He is fired up. He is yelling. He is screaming. He is so excited. Getting so many points here. He was down in the standings, and that is a huge boon for his chances at making it out into the final lobby at the end of all this competition.
Absolutely. This was such a well-played game from Marcel P. We do know that his study group, like the whole Citadel gang, has been studying super, super hard. Marcel, not playing full-time TFT for that long, but he has been playing 10 to 12 hours a day, VOD reviewing, scrimming, and really putting in the work for him to surmount himself as one of the top players of North America. And we've seen the contested AP setups. He was able to navigate his line selection super, super well, ending with the first place and a massive boost in the standings for Marcel.
We've seen Marcel P do well in a couple of previous competitions, but like you said, a very recent competitor. Until very recently, he was a software engineer. So honestly, very exciting to see him prosper in this tournament with performances like that last game. What a cap out there on the Demacian board, which we highlighted as a very strong board that was underrated before this tournament started. Playing quite well. You can see there the stats look very great for him. The average placement of 3.9 so far in the current tournament is fabulous. You die to have a AVP like that on the ladder. So fantastic play here from Marcel P. Absolute shouts to the entire Citadel gaming crew. They are looking so strong in this tournament. Their work as a study group has paid off so much in this tournament so far. Taking a look at the standings just after that game, as we can see, it looks like Robin Songs and Marcel P both in peak position to qualify All right, and welcome back to the broadcast here on Guardian Angel League as we co-stream these regional qualifiers for the Tactician's Crown for this set. What an exciting last lobby we've had with that battle between Citadel Gaming's Marcel P. Yeah, I mean, he played a fantastic game, fantastic Demacia board, and capped out massively at the end with that Zillion 2 playing very well, and all of Citadel Gaming playing very well this tournament.
Definitely. The Citadel crew has been doing super well in the Tier 1 Cups, but really coming together, showing their synergy as a team and a study group, just exchanging notes on how to perform in the top meta comps, and that showed in our performance. Speaking of, I would love to take a look at the standings because we do have some updates and would love to discuss with the stream.
Absolutely. I mean, Kai Wang, who was looking like he was not in a good spot after the last game, looks suddenly in a much better position, poised to make a run for, I think, tomorrow's qualification. I think he finishes in the top 3 as well as we look at the standings here. And there it is. All 3 of the Citadel Gaming members finishing at the top of the standings. What a performance from that group of players. Citadel must be happy here.
Definitely. Citadel, very happy to sponsor all of these 3 players. Meanwhile, we do have our 8 players that we will see in games 5 and 6 for today. Which player are you looking out for to take the top 2 placement?
I do have my eyes on Cambuli, who has played some very good games. That last game, honestly, getting contested on some of those Invokers and Demacians because of the Demacia board that Marcel was playing was a little bit of a tough spot, but played quite well despite that. Lifting competition was a good choice. He's had multiple wins in this tournament already. I'd love to see him get the next first place in this lobby.
I would have to agree. Cambuli, top player in North America, are able to execute on those AP lines super well, and we do know that the Fast 8, Fast 9 AP boards with some sort of Invoker backline or Arcanist backline will be the endgame board for the majority of our players. So I am also aligned with your decision. Cambuli going to take the top 2 or win going into Game 5 here.
I will say as a secondary, by the way, keep an eye out for Setsuko. Setsuko, many folks, even before the set started, predicted as a good player in the set because he's so well known for being able to cap out with lots of legendary 5 costs at a fast 9 pace. So there's a good chance that if Setsuko gets a chance to go for one of these crazy final caps, he could end up with a really strong endgame board. Maybe he could cap out over someone like Camille. We'll see what happens in the game. But yeah, I mean, yes, Setsuko has been a crown qualifier multiple times in the past, a well-known player, not been as strong in this particular tourney so far. That's why he has to try to fight for these last 4 spots. But you can't count this guy out. He is so good at finding the solution when everything seems cloudy and hazy. He can figure out which 5 costs to play on the board to create the best ideas possible and finally create a solution to beating all his opponents. So we'll see what happens in this last couple of games for him.
Definitely. Setsuko, what a player. We do meme on Setsuko a little bit in the community for being a final lobby choker and things like that. But he is still an amazing player when it comes to those fast 9 lines, like you said, and has qualified for the attack crown multiple times. He did make it to final lobby, unfortunately not performing as much as he would like to, but just going into the last 2 games, we can really count on him to work around those flexible unlocks and get to that max cap board as fast as he can.
Absolutely. We'll see if he can make it truly to the max cap as we see Cambuli, who, like we said, has played pretty well so far. We think he's got a good shot to win this lobby. We'll see what happens in the next game, but he's also a multi-time crown qualifier who has also made to the final lobby as well. So we'll see if he can finally make another run there and maybe perform better in this time around, hoping for a good finish here in these next 2 games. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. We do have to say goodbye to a couple of players as well. 4 folks did get eliminated in that last set of eliminations. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull up the standings again. We are going to have to say goodbye to David Ace, Brababahu, Chennington, and Darth Noob, who all played quite well but just weren't able to make it out. Pokygom and Press Event surviving with 46 points by 1 point over David Ace, Brababahu, and Chennington to make it into these last few qualification games. Gonna see if those 2 can turn it around as well in these last 2. They're sitting at a massive deficit. They need big wins here just to make up the gap. We'll see how they do in these last 2 games.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of our top comps that our players have been playing in the past few games. Vertical Demacia making a pretty strong comeback, I would say, because even though Demacia did suffer from some nerfs for the 7 Demacia vertical smite and some of the stats given to all of the Demacia units, we're seeing a lot of our players cap around Demacia Rise as well as the more flexible unlocks with the Silas. So this comp, a lot of our players are picking up on it and going for that max cap.
Yeah, we saw Kai Wang yesterday making huge dividends, paying off massively with all his Demacia games. Basically playing around every single Demacia flex line you could think of in that first day of competition over and over again with great success. And you can see it because he qualified in top 3. Marcel P also just used that comp to success in that last game to qualify, right? So Demacia has sort of been the unsung hero after everyone sort of underestimated it. But also we're looking at some comps like Annie and Mel doing well when you have the money to get there. Can you make it to that 2-star Garen and sell it off with a 2-star Silas? Can you make it to Mel and make it to level 9 and put in all those big units? If you do make it that far with the money, you are seeing good results. The problem is, can you get there? Especially with Annie, you can win out. Look at that 46% win rate when it gets there, right? It's absolutely insane the value you get with a 2-star Annie. The trouble is making it that far, having the econ to get there. Even for stuff like Rise Flex, same problem. How can you make it econ to get there?
Definitely. Having enough econ, having a good front line for those hyper backline carries to scale and just delete everything on the board will be super, super important. We see some of our players have a 2-star Garen and sell it immediately for a Silas, but that ends up with maybe just a Taric 2 frontline or like a 1-star Tibbers frontline, which is not going to cut it for the Annie to get enough mana for her to get start getting her casts off. So we'll have to see how these players maximize their econ gain as well as their streaking for them to get to those fast line legendary boards. But looking at some of these other comps as well, Noxus reroll and Targon Malzahar reroll, 3-cost reroll lines are getting a lot of love from our players. Maybe some players who have slammed AP items that maybe think, hey, maybe I don't have enough econ to get to those fast 9 boards, or my win streak isn't good enough, so I will opt for these 3-cost reroll lines instead.
Definitely a ton of 3-cost reroll being played. One thing I like to point out is actually the loss rate on Malzahar, which is quite high. I think that one of the things that's happening here is that the Malzahar board is very strong when you hit it early enough, but if you're not hitting it as early, look at that Ari board we just saw from Broseph, look at some of those LeBlanc boards we've seen in the past games. Some of these other 3-cost rerolls are just capping a bit higher than the 3-cost rerolls eventually, and this Malzahar Zoe line is getting outscaled a bit. So, gonna be interesting to see. It's really gonna be about the tempo of this Malzahar. Can he come in time? Can he 3-star in time? Or is he too far behind the curve to make it happen?
Definitely. We do need to note that some of the units that you do play on these boards are a little bit like, what unlocks do we play with the Targon? The synergies might be a little bit harder to figure out. But taking a look at our upcoming lobby, we will have these 8 players going into the next 2 games. And it's worth noting that, as you said earlier, Prestivan and Pokicom sitting at 46 points, so they do need a little bit more risk-taking for that first place placement that they will need to qualify to day 3 of regionals.
Absolutely. Going to be a harder climb for them, but they still have chances to make it up. At least they have 2 games. If they can both play well in these 2 games, they maybe have a chance to make it to the top 4 and then get out into the final lobby. I do also want to give a shout out to both Broseph and Pokygon, by the way, who are well-known coaches in the community who actually contribute a lot of time during the initial parts of the set to the Box TFT bootcamp players. Lots of coaching available. These are folks who not only are great players, they also help the community out, help them learn. So big shouts to them for helping folks get better at the game. Shout outs to both there. But yeah, gonna be interesting to see how the coaches do against the other pro players here in this final lobby of the day. These last 2 games, we'll see how it goes here. And whether me first or 8th, we'll go first or 8th.
Absolutely. We will have to see if he does live up to his namesake. And Broseph, coaching multiple challenger players, if you tune into a couple of his streams, like 1100, 1200 LP players just visiting Broseph to be like, hey, can you analyze my games? So he does have that analytical brain down to a T when it comes to hyper optimization. How do you play out these early games, and how do you cap out your max board and playing around all of those augments? And we go into our game 5 with, I believe, a Tom Kench gold subscription opener.
Yeah, gold subscription means there's a high chance you could try to make it to some of those higher levels because you're getting some free economy from all of these every stage. That is the hope at least, but we'll see if it actually pans out. Depends on the level of these augments as well. As we see a couple of overlaps here, a couple of folks with the Sonos already, a couple of folks with the Echoes on the first drop, but nothing too spectacular yet.
Definitely. A good thing about this patch is I think pretty much every one cost you are able to play around. Of course, it depends on your items, but because the patch is so flexible, you can cap around so many different units, you can just grab onto whatever pairs you hit early and just play around those. Or you can just sell every unit and just go for a 5 loss, as we've seen a couple of our players do already.
Absolutely pull a Robin Songs or a Prestivan play there and just go for the Bard versus Bard 1v1, 1v1 me bro in the mid lane style. All right.
Absolutely.
Here we go as we see on this board. Ooh, that is a Kiana pair, but also, yeah, okay, actually just opting to sell everything, play this Viego for now. Does the Viego have enough to beat all the minions? I'm gonna guess the answer is yes. And then we see over here, early Demacia start here for Moretti. In a good spot here, has a Sona pair, has the Jarvan, wants to see, yep, okay, makes the Sona now, so just opting to, you know, save the econ there by doing it this way, by buying it from the shop after instead of having to play another unit on the board, so they can potentially sell in case he gets a lot of gold from these drops.
Definitely. Ooh, and there is a Scion drop. I do love an early Scion coming from a stage 1 orb. We can slam the 2 items on the Scion, getting a LeBlanc unlock immediately. And we will see if Reddy does opt for that line, because that LeBlanc line can be really, really strong in stage 2.
Absolutely, you love to see it. That Scion drop early gives you so much direction because you can unlock that LeBlanc early, and she is that powerful unit, especially at 2-star in stage 3. As we see Gold Augment on the board here. Evolve and Overcome, probably not going to be the take for Reddy here, who already has a pretty good direction with these Invokers and Demacians. It could be something like a Bramble Vest or Hefty Rolls even, honestly. If he's playing Hefty Rolls with a reroll line for the LeBlanc, is not a bad idea. He can play around that as a concept, but maybe he's debating between sort of the Thorn-Plated or the Hefty Rolls at this point. Thorn-Plated, it's an item. You can play it on your Demacia and you're not that sad about it. Maybe you can use it to streak the stage. And he's going to go... Is that a Spreading Roots? That's a Spreading Roots. Maybe this is a different board here. Yep.
Yeah. We are looking at Setsuko. Not very happy to slam the Shojin and see 2 emblems that you need to kind of play around your AD items for, but maybe we will see, and Setsuko's camera angle is very interesting. I will have to point that out. But maybe we will go for like a Misfortune using the Shojin and then going for more gloves and swords going into the later carousels. But going back to Reddy, it looks like he did select Hefty Rolls. So we are maybe opting for a LeBlanc reroll line, which I don't hate if you do see gold subscription as your encounter.
I love that you mentioned Setsuko's camera angle. To me, it almost screams like POV, you are one of Setsuko's units on the field, on the convergence, right? This is what you see when you look back up at him. You're like, hey, get back in there.
So you better not lose. I'm looking at you.
Especially with this opener. I mean, 2-star Jarvan, 2-star Xin Zhao. Honestly, at this point, I'd honestly even consider just reforging, like trying to find a reforger later, or an on-win the reforger, and maybe reforging some of these emblems, because this Demacia start is just too good to really ignore. I think that there's a good chance that maybe there's not really a way to make the Bilgewater units work with this comp, I think. And the Zons, maybe you play like a Juggernaut or something, but not really a good combo. Yeah, I'd say we just reforge these emblems. I don't think they're going to be that helpful. We'll just slam them for now as 1.5 items in some sense and see how they play.
Yeah, definitely. After the spat buffs, these will provide a decent amount of stat boost for the early game, so we will be able to win out. But as you said, we're just hoping for a reforger drop on neutral so that potentially we can get some better aligned emblems, let's say, for the Demacia or AP setups.
Ladder Slayer here has some sort of Piltover. I guess it's a loose streak board at this point. Doesn't really have a lot of stars on the board, so definitely not in a strong position. As we see Setsuko still with this very strong board, and just floating the cloak for now. It can become some sort of item later, some sort of tank item, potentially. Maybe it's a spark, maybe it's something else. We'll see. But at the same time, you don't want to end up with just utility items on your gear, and you'll be a little bit sad if that happens.
Definitely.
He still is holding that Graves, by the way. Maybe there's a world where he says, I could play Bilgewater for 3 turns, get some free economy, and at least use this for something, I guess, potentially.
Yeah, he will need to get the Bilgewater online pretty soon if we do want to just go into that line. But we will see how he plays this one out. But he is going up against Reddy, and he will take a pretty easy win here. It's just making 10, making sure that we do hold on to those key 2 costs that for Nico, she is very, very valuable going into those AP lines and Graves for that potential Bilgewater pivot.
I'm actually kind of curious what you think because you saw there with Reddy's board. Reddy actually had pretty good AP items already, like the Jewel Gauntlet, the Tier, and does have the 2-star Sona. Would you take Reddy's spot with hefty rolls over someone like Setsuko who has just these sort of emblems that like we're playing down an augment at this point, really, in some ways, right?
Right. I am confused about what Reddy is playing into because we do have hefty rolls, but it looks like he didn't opt to unlock the LeBlanc after the Scion drop. So maybe we are going for some sort of fast state setup with a little bit of extra effective HP for the Demacia stat buffs. But
could be holding on the bench, maybe. That's my only thing I can think of here. Like maybe LeBlanc's just sitting on bench and we're not playing it for now. But although that would still be weird to me because LeBlanc is just such a good unit early, right?
Definitely. Yeah, that is a tough one. I think I would rather take Setsuko's spot because we have such good quality early game opener units, as well as like just another chance for you to reforge the emblems. Like you can't get any worse than that. So like it's hopefully gonna get better for Setsuko if he does get that reforger drop.
Well, me first or 8th here is going to tumble down to the 8th place in the lobby for now. Does only have this Ari pair. They dashed once and they didn't really do much else. It's going to be an easy win here for Reddy. You know what could happen actually? Look at that Loris in the bench. I wonder if there's any world in which he might play for Liz Seraphine. It would be a very wild thing to do. I don't think it's a strong comp anymore as the way it was in the past, but it could be Freyrord Invoker, it could be something like this, but something like Liz Seraphine with like, you know, as an intermediate comp until we get to Fast 9 could be an idea, maybe. It's not really contested in the lobby. There's a lot of Demacia players in the lobby, as we see Broseph here also has Demacians active. Maybe he could consider something like this. He does have the Anivia. It kind of looks like it. I can't say for sure, but there's a world where he plays Liz Seraphine again. Are we back?
Are we back? Liz Seraphine, like you said, a weaker comp that some of our players just end up opting into if they see too many AP contesters. But we do get that Piltover in with the Loris and the Vi, which will provide a decent amount of combat power, but not really sure if it's going to be enough for him to take some extra wins on stage 2-6 going into neutrals.
Yeah, it's kind of this weird thing now because you really have to start thinking about the standings and the points, right? Are you going to start playing for things like just this spot is so doomed, maybe I need to get like a 5th or a 6th and get out? Or are you always playing for sort of the biggest result possible and the maximum cap, right? It's the mentality change that has to happen for each situation really dictates the kind of play you're going to go for in each game. As we see, Broseph and Setsuko also have some figuring out to do. I mean, Setsuko, like you said, in a very good spot with the Demacians. Broseph, though, who was also aiming towards Demacians, now has to figure out if he wants to stay in this line, knowing that all these people are playing Demacian units. As we see, Ladder Slayer also has a Jarvan 2 over there in the background.
Definitely. Also, one thing worth pointing out, Setsuko with a Taric pair on level 5.
That is pure skill. That is pure skill. And that's what we in the business call the talent, right?
The talent
to have 2 Tarics on 2-7. That is the purest talent of TFT. Some players just have it.
Absolutely. He is just showcasing to the rest of the lobby who the best high roller is. And if we are able to get one more Terry, that's just going to be a Terry 2, just steamrolling through the rest of the lobby on stage 3. So will he get there is the real question.
We shall see. For now, in a very, very solid spot, as we see a couple of gold pieces dropped for the rest of the lobby. And Setsuko chooses to, leveling very aggressively here. Gonna sacrifice 3 economy just to say, I need to keep this win streak. Who knows what kind of crazy board is out there. I must win this board. I must get 6 streak here and try to extend my advantage for a maximum placement. Honestly, he's trying to position himself for a first to make sure in the last game he has nothing to worry about.
Absolutely. With the tempo plays going on, we often see a lot of our players who do win streak into, let's say, like 3-2 or 3-3 lose out because they don't have enough econ momentum. And like you pointed out, Setsuko sacking 2 to 3 interest to get to level 7 and making sure that he does secure a 6 win streak. But in the meantime, Pokegum and Reddy both pretty high up in the HP standings, but Pokegum taking a loss there.
You know what I just realized? I do think actually, on rethought, Reddy's items especially, I think Reddy's playing for the Malzahar Zoe line. That's my theory now. It would make the most sense. A lot of the other lines are contested. He doesn't really, like, he has hefty rolls. He's going to try to make the Leona bigger with the hefty rolls. It would be a sort of decent combo for that to work. As we
That
see
is a good point.
Silver Augment here this time, right?
Silver Augment, Broseph taking second win, which is probably considered one of the best silver combat augments that you can get from 3-2. A pretty solid bench holding the Demacia pairs, and a Gunblade slammed on the vein. I wonder if what item situation will he get into from that setup with a bow and a Gunblade? Maybe it is not really looking great for like a full 3 item AP slam per se, but sorry, need to point out that Mies first rate taking Dumbify. We have seen Dumbify be an increasingly strong augment pick for a lot of our competitors. I'm choosing to keep the 70 gold for the 7 interest point and just hoping that it can secure him a couple of extra wins in stage 3.
The title of this lobby is TFT for Dummies because I see 2 Dumbifies on the board actually. There's a Reddy also has the Dumbify. I actually like Reddy's spot even better with the Dumbify actually because Reddy's playing towards that Zoe Malzahar line, which really loves to see the Dumbify. So very good there. But yeah, Me First Wraith doesn't really have a board, has 70 gold, but honestly looking like a pretty rough spot for him as we see on the other side. Here's the better dummy line. But for now, it's a Yasuo who carries this JG Nashor's combo. Hey, attack speed? Not bad.
Not too bad. And Reddy looks like he is now going for potentially an... It could look like an Ionia line. We have 3 items slammed on the Yasuo. Maybe we can go to 7. And just unlock the Yone, go for an Ari. We do have that Dumbify. Huge day for Dumbify enjoyers, like someone in chat is saying. But that dummy will scale as the rounds progress. And we have seen a lot of our hyper carry backliners scaling off of that dummy and it being just enabling such strong combat power later on.
Absolutely. All right, here we go. Ladder Slayer here has, I guess, what's a Freyrord setup for now? Yep, Freyrord setup. Has the Lissandra. Early Lissandra find means we're going to try to angle into maybe a 5 Freyrord line at the end of the day, or a Freyrord Rise eventually, but not the richest of players. Does have 50 gold in his name, but not the strongest situation. But at least this Lissandra is going to be pretty strong for now in stage 3. Gonna beat Brosep's Demacia more, which is currently carrying a Vayne. Maybe it could turn to a Vayne Kai'Sa line. I don't know. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, we've seen Broseph just play around whatever units he get. He is a very, very flexible player, and he does know his way into some of the niche lines that we don't see as often. Like you said, the Vayne Kai'Sa longshot boards. Maybe it's still playable, but we haven't seen a lot of our players go into that line because typically the AP setup for Fast 8 and Fast 9 is a lot stronger. But going into Stage 3 Carousel, we are eyeing that Garen. A lot of Demacia players, it does have a tank item, and Precedent immediately goes for it.
Precedent can be happy to see that one. Currently playing a sort of like Arcanist combo with also has a Lissandra actually. I wonder if this board is actually going to try to angle towards maybe a Rise type board with Arc or Silas or Arcanist. It could kind of be anything. Like you mentioned, these AP comps can really cap out with sort of all sorts of things once you get to the high levels. AP comps are very much in vogue right now.
Definitely. Me First or 8th looks like he is opting for an Ari line. A lot of these players with the early econ and just like sacking stage 2, early stage 3, maybe they will contest each other. We will need to see some of our stage 3 and early stage 4 setups, and if they do decide to go for a big roll down to hit the necessary upgrades for the sport to get even stronger.
Cambules our designated Jinx player, as we can see there, has the Jinx, has a bow on the Jinx, but otherwise feeling a little bit... I guess we have the Quicksilver, and we do have the Giant Slayer, so we do have attack speed item, we do have another attack speed item that provides some CC immunity, and this Sterix Gauge can eventually go onto a Warwick, so you know what? This is probably fine. for now going to unlock the Warwick, I think, soon, and be able to use that for his advantage. Yep, no one else is playing Jinx, and there are quite a few 3-cost rulers, so it is a good time to at least try for it, even though he only has a 1-star Jinx right now.
Definitely. Me for sure, now finding the Ahri, putting all 3 items on her, that is going to be a lot stronger than the Ashe carrying those AP items. And will we hit the savings account threshold soon? I'm expecting either this round or the next one, depending on how much interest he has already. But that's going to provide a lot of econ injection for him to start hitting, roll down a little bit to hit the RE2 and maybe find a Yasuo 2 for a Yone unlock as well.
It's dummy v dummy here as they stare at each other in melancholy. The Ahri's on the back lines, dancing and dashing away as their flames try to evaporate the other's team. But it's just a battle of stone cold killers. These dummies really just sitting there doing nothing but doing a lot at the same time. As we see everyone comes to watch the dummy v dummy battle, it looks like it's going to be Ready on the other side that's winning for now. But I will say, once that savings account cash out does arrive, it is nice to have hefty rolls for combat. But I will say, there's a good chance the Me First Wraith could spike massively with all this gold that's about to come flowing out. Here we go, lots of rolling about to happen.
Yeah, that is a lot of gold. And Me First Wraith rolling now, trying to hit RE2, trying to hit some Ionia upgrades. And there is a Wukong. Okay, massive roll, Kennen. And we just gotta hit that Ahri.
Holding off for now, probably gonna roll again on 4-1. Does have a lot of interest to bank up with the savings account. And yeah, I mean, still hasn't hit the RE2. That's the biggest problem here. I mean, Kennen 2 is great and all, but we really need to see RE2 for these items to make sense.
Absolutely. He will start rolling down again. As you said, we do need that Ahri. Nico upgrade is big, and there is the RE2. That is a massive upgrade. Maybe we're rolling a little bit more for a Yasuo 2 potentially, because
Kennen 3
it looks
also
like
in the cards. He's got
that
7
is
Kennens
true.
right now.
7 Kennens.
Wait, he sold the Kennens. No, never mind. He sold.
Okay, looks like we're still looking for that Yasuo then, because we do want that Yone unlock. Looks like we have a lot of 80 items on the bench for us to slam onto that Yone if we do hit that upgrade, but he doesn't. So a little bit frustrating, going down to 40 gold, losing out on a few extra interest points for Me First Wraith.
Yeah, tragic roll down there for Me First Wraith, whose spot is looking more and more like that 8th. Just unable to hit much else besides the RE2 and the Kennen 2. I mean, the board is good with the Stumify. It will be a little bit stable in this round, but already, even Setsuko, who's kind of greeting a lot of gold, looks to be winning so far with just a Seraphine 1, honestly. The dummy's already kind of dead. The team looks not that bad, and despite all these upgrades that Me First Wraith made, yes, he's going to win this round, but he's got to be concerned about the state of his board and his economy.
Definitely. Sitting on 5 Ahris, maybe we're hoping for maybe a lesser champion duplicator augment here. Maybe Gilded Steel could be a good option for some big... does the dummy benefit from Gilded Steel? I'm not sure. But for... Looks like... Is this Setsuko?
Setsuko went on augment power, yeah.
Augmented power into a prismatic, which will be huge. Super happy to see that if I were Setsuko. Wonder if we will just end up taking Radiant Rascal for a little bit of a tempo play. Or he ends up taking Bronze for life.
Oh my
we
gosh.
are going max synergy, max emblem. This is super
the
exciting
Setsuko
to see.
approach. This is the Setsuko approach, right? Setsuko loves making the weirdest combinations possible, loves playing around things like Bronze for Life, wants to build the most all emblems board possible. I think he might try to reforge some emblems here though. Let's see. For now, still has this on. Okay, yep. Okay, opts to pop the emblems for now, just onto this Annie. I'm curious to see what mad scientist concoction Setsuko can come up with here, because he has so much health, he has a lot of gold, but then no more gold left, but he has a lot of time with this health to sort of make something interesting happen. And Prismatic Bronze for Life, if you can find a cool board, can be so strong because of all that added durability you get.
Definitely. Not going to be enough versus Camberley's board right now. Looking pretty strong, although we don't have a Gwynsu on the Jinx, which is a pretty important item for her. But we have that 3-item Warwick and 3-item Jinx just firing away, just steamrolling over some of these weaker boards.
Yeah, Camille would really love to have that Jinx. By the way, 3-star already for Pokemon on both
Okay.
the Draven and on the LeBlanc. That seems very ahead of schedule. Yes, this is only a Darius 2, but who cares, man? Look at this LeBlanc with 3 items, and she's standing on a Fire Hex and going to be healing the team forever with this Hextech Gunblade.
Definitely. Preciment's setup here also looking pretty strong with the Guarantee upgrade, some crash test dummies online, and the Lux 2 that will fire some massive amounts of lasers on the backline unit if they are positioned in her way.
The craziest thing to me here is that we had so many Demacia players early, but the Demacia players I see now are not the Demacia players we saw earlier in the lobby, right? Like
Yeah.
earlier we said that folks like Broseph and Reti were looking at Demacia as a plan, and now it's no longer not really looking like the case for this. I mean, Prestivan seems to be the one true Demacian in this sense, in some ways.
Definitely. He did win the Demacia lottery with the Guarantee and Galio already unlocked. Looks like it's going to be a pretty solid win for Precimen going into Stage 4 Carousel.
Absolutely. I mean, probably a bit poor at this point, but could ride this Demacia on board and try to make it out with all the health that Prestivan has right now, all the way to Fast 9, try to unlock like a zillion, make it happen there. We'll see what happens after this. On the Carousel here, Azir is an option for some of these folks. I'm wondering if you're someone like me first or 8. Okay, Setsuko takes the Azir. This is going to get
Okay.
wild. Already Setsuko's board was going to be the sort of insane Bronze for Life combo. Now he's going to be able to play Disruptors with, instead of having the Malzahar he had earlier, he can play this Azir, and it's going to get really interesting.
Definitely. I really hope he can pull this off because I really enjoy looking at some of the more crazier boards. Like the unlocks have made it a lot more flexible, but we often see the same flavor of boards just going into that end game. But if he is able to hit some key upgrades and get some massive amounts of synergy from the Bronze for Life, I am super hyped to see that.
Be very hyped to see that for sure. As we see, I think Me First Wraith in the background there has rolled down practically almost all of his gold. Down to 19 now. I guess he sold some units to make up for it, but did not hit the RE3, which was, I think, his angle at this point to try to survive. Prestivan here, still just feeling very happy, very solid, like you said, Demacia on board earlier, pretty early ahead of the curve here. As we see, Ready, yeah, is the Malzahar player, has the Zoes, has the Malzahar with the Bis Malzahar items, the Nashor's JG, which is a good combo always, and let's see if he can pull it off against this Demacian board, which is able to reach the back line past the dummy. Yep, the lasers from the Lux shining brilliantly as this Garen smites his foes. The Malzahar can go down, getting disrupted in the process. Ready takes some health damage.
Yeah, Reddy does need to hit his units pretty soon, considering that, we looks like we have one other 3-cost reroller, so, or maybe it's 2. We've seen a LeBlanc reroller, we've seen an Ari coming out, so if he doesn't hit the leveling curve like we've seen in the stats, that board falls off pretty quickly.
Looking here at Brosep's board, it does end up turning into a Vayne Kaisa, like we mentioned earlier, as a possibility.
Okay.
It works out. It's not like the highest capping version of Demacia, but at least it might net Broseph some placements. And here's the thing, Broseph is thinking somewhat strategically because he knows he's at the top of the standings. If he can get even a 6th or 5th, any bit of points he can eke out and do damage he can do to other boards is going to help him make it into the final day tomorrow, right? So even if he doesn't get a top 1 or a top 2, if he can squeeze out a 4th or 5th or 6th, he's feeling pretty happy about his spot.
Absolutely. We have seen Broseph play some unconventional lines earlier this weekend, or I believe we've seen some 2-cost reroll from Broseph, which is practically extinct at this point in the patch, just eking out a 5th place, making sure that he has maximum placements going into day 2 and day 3. So if there's a player that can pull it off, it will be Broseph.
That last fight was absolutely crucial for him because he actually sent Me First or 8th into a really, really bad position, right? If Me First or 8th had won that fight, maybe there's a chance that he can sit for a bit longer and not have to roll as hard or try to save some money in some sort of form or fashion. But now Me First or 8th is in do or die timing, right? Basically down to 1 or 2 lives, probably maybe at best 1 life really, not feeling so happy, and has to hit the RE3 on this next turn and the Yone 2 on this turn just to stand a chance of surviving the next stage.
Definitely. That's going to be a gold orb, which is going to be a decent amount of econ for Me First Rate. There is the RE3. We still have to hit the Yone. but we do have a little bit more gold to. Oh, we decide to save our gold. Maybe greeting just a little bit because we hit that RA3 that is going to provide a lot of combat power. Maybe go 8, hit that Yone, maybe get 7 Ionia online, and that's going to be his cap. But we do need to net some crucial wins on 5-1 and 5-2 to make that happen.
Probably a final item here for either the Yone or the Wukong gonna come online. This Wukong currently is a red buff, so not the tankiest of units, but at least we have a dummy on the board for a real front line. Are we gonna get lasered in the back line a little bit, but still casting off all of her Foxfire flames? It's looking pretty good here. The dummy has not gone down in health almost at all. And so far, me first or 8th, angling for that first position out of the 8th position, doing well so far. This Garen trying to spin through. Okay, finally some damage onto the dummy Fi, but I think this Ahri with the final cast is going to be able to beat Setsuko on this board.
We did spot a pretty interesting setup from Setsuko with a Seraphine backline primary carry and some weird Annie situation going on. I wonder if he ended up reforging his emblems.
I think Ready just hit the Malzahar 3, by the way, on our screen. So Ready in a pretty good spot as well. Has enough health to try to survive here. Is sort of on time because this Ahri's already been a 3-star, so had to make it now and did make it. So let's go there with a 2-star Swain as well. I'm curious to see what kind of board is being concocted. As we see the items here for me first or 8th being switched over. An Edge of Night, a Bloodthirster, and a Giant Slayer. Just trying to get as many of those casts off as possible for as much CC as possible from this 1-star Yone. That's still a 1-star Yone!
That is quite unfortunate. And the JG just being a dead item on the Mundo is also unfortunate because we do know that an extra tank item on the Wukong will make a huge difference on this board.
I will say though, me first Wraith is getting very lucky into who he's facing, right? Setsuko still hasn't finished a board. Ladder Slayer still hasn't really finished a Fast 9 board, right? So there's a lot of folks that are not quite done yet. I think Ladder Slayer might try to unlock the Rise on this turn, is my guess. So me first Wraith, definitely looking out there. As we see Camille with the Ziggs unlocked, might be going for more Zonites here. Having Ludens on the Misfortune, by the way, very interesting combo. As long as the splashes go off, could be very cool. But yeah, playing Standard Jinx. Oh my gosh. Is that Xerath?
That is Xerath.
Look at the traits as well. All the traits. Okay, this is actually such a Giga Brain board. The 2-star Garen with a Piltover and a Yordle emblem, along with the Xerath. Those reforges are great hits. The 2-star Swain, 2-star Tarek, and the Shurima gonna arrive soon on level 9. Disruption on the board, Arcanist on the board. This is a cool board, but it's running into the 3-star, 3-cost trio on the Noxus side of Pokygom.
Oh, that is quite unfortunate. If the Xerath is able to get his cast off and just wipe half the board, that will win Setsuko the fight, but will this board be enough against the Darius 3, LeBlanc 3, and a Draven 3? The Draven had just still on 1.5 items, but
More
that
cost.
Darius 3 and LeBlanc, that is a huge cast from
There it
the
is!
Xerath, and
Just
that's
enough.
going to be enough.
I will say, Xerath 2 caps out so hard when you get to the later stages of the game. As long as he gets 2 casts off, Xerath is an unstoppable force. So it could be that out of the depths of this position, Setsuko could manage to make it all the way up to the top if he can improve his front line just a little bit.
Definitely. Did we spot an Azir pair on his bench, or is that an Azir pair that he just got from Carousel? We shall see. But if that's the case, that might be just an Azir 2 on 8 for Setsuko. Like you said, capping out the board with more Shurimans, the Xerath 2 on 8 will be huge in netting him out some crucial victories going to stage 5 neutrals. But noting, that is an Azir 2. That is huge.
Okay, crazy question here. Currently we're at 2 Shurima. Also, there's a charm. We're at 2 Shurima. If we get another Shuriman like a Renekton, do we actually not play the Shuriman because we want to keep our Bronze for Life value on the Shuriman trait? It sounds kind of insane because you'd like to have more frontliners and more damage, but also in some ways maybe the Bronze for Life value of durability is actually going to give the more time for Xerath to cast than having the extra Renekton there. I don't know. I actually don't know what the trade-off is.
Oh, and that is a huge combat charm. We have seen that in set 12 where if you just hit the instant charm, instant stun going into the combat, that's going to give you so much extra combat power. Going up against Brosev's AP Kaisa board, that Xerath is just going to dominate, and there goes another crucial win for Setsuko as he takes one further step into potentially securing him a victory.
Everyone is at so low health right now. I think all of me first or eighth through both of are basically on 1 life at this point. But yeah, I mean, Setsuko's board has basically capped out almost completely. As long as we just add maybe one more trait in level 9, we're feeling pretty happy. Maybe it's Shyvana, right? Shyvana level 9 would be a really good include here as the last unit. Either way, Setsuko must be feeling good but must position well. Takes the charms, like you said. Those charms are basically free gold augments you get almost every round. And this Xerath too could be a menace for the rest of the lobby. Could be sort of the Grim Reaper of the lobby, right? Rolling through the lobby, killing one player at a time. We'll see what happens here. Running into the ghost of Ready. Or actually, is this Ready? I think it might just be Ready. Is Ready ready for this one? The Zoe Mal's gonna get bursted down by the Xerath, who is running rampages through the Zoe and Malzahar.
Yeah, that dummy just melting instantly against the power of the Shirimans, getting off another cast, and Setsuko. Again, one more step to securing that crucial victory.
Okay, so Broseph does manage to get 6 from that spot. Again, not the happiest, but even 5th. Wow, a great result for
Wow.
Broseph, because honestly, that Vayne Kaisa line isn't really the strongest of cap-outs, but just like we said before, if he wins enough just to sneak his way to get 4 points, 4 points from this game is probably enough to get him into a spot where he can basically feel like any sort of good finish in the last game guarantees him a final spot.
Definitely. Pointing out here, Reddy did hit Zoe 3, Malzahar 3, and just having a relatively stronger setup than some of the Malzahar boards that we've seen, with hefty rolls and a lot of extra HP on that board, navigating the line selection super well, and the Dumbify continuing to scale into stage 6.
Yeah, the only one he really has to avoid is matching up into this crazy Xerath board, right? So
Definitely.
as long as Reddy doesn't have to deal with the Xerath, he has a chance to win a lot of fights. But this problem is the Xerath board is so strong, and I will say, a lucky item chest could be good, but if we get the charm where Xerath actually gets to heal some health, if we win the fight, heal some health, Setsuko's even happier in some ways, right? He could maybe get multiple charms for healing and get to 2 lives. Who knows?
Absolutely. Putting the double Archangels on the Xerath, just giving it even more combat power.
This Xerath must cast twice. It
It
is
must.
it is the board that has the 3-star 3 costs on all of the Noxus units, right? So that's a good board.
That is a good board. Oh, but that Darius just heals to full. That
one more
Xerath must
cast.
cast one more time.
Disruptor keeping the units alive for now. One last cast from
Just
the Xerath.
one last cast. Oh,
Just in
and that is a
time.
huge win. And there is the Renekton unlocked.
Do you even Shurima Rise? What if it's Shurima Rise?
Oh, Shriva Rise would be so hype. Oh, and there is a double Zigshop, a Rise, and a Renekton. We've
Oh
unlocked 3
goodness.
units just from that stage.
I mean, we already have Yordle on the stage. I guess we don't play the Rise. I guess he's just looking for a Juggernaut, probably looking for the Shyvana, I guess, or Galileo 2 stuff. Okay. Is he? Yeah, he's playing the Juggernaut. Perfect. Perfect. So he's trying to get 1 extra bronze for life trade here, and then I guess he'll probably lock the shop for a chance at Galileo 2. Who knows? But over there on the other side, that's a Shyvana 2 with a Ludens. I've never seen this one before. I'm wondering what it does. Either way, Galileo's going to come in on the board. Xerath is in danger, but it has to get rid of this Shyvana. Not quite, but the Garen spin finishes off. But the Jinx doing massive damage. The Jinx is going and scaling. The Xerath doesn't have time to scale. Can he get one last time? Wait, one last
one more
cast?
cast. And that's going to be a victory for Setsuko Cambuli going down. And what a close lobby. We see Pokémon going down as well. Setsuko netting his place in the top 2.
And the Ascendance Call Charm there for Setsuko. Another damage buff here and durability buff as we run into Ready here. Ready with the Dumbify, Zoe Malzahar. I think that board is good, but I don't know if it runs out against the Xerath, who's just going to annihilate the frontline dummy very quickly with 1 or 2 casts.
Definitely. As hype as it is to see a 3-cost reroll win the entire lobby, this board, the Giga Bronze for Life board from the Spreading Roots on 2-1. I am super excited to see potentially one of the last fights of this game.
Ooh, Diana's an interesting tech choice, by the way. If the Diana could be in the right position, maybe it could have tried to snipe the Xerath early and get some damage off. But for now, it looks like it wasn't able to. It got stuck on the Seraphine, and it looks like Xerath is going to get both casts off, I think. Laser from the Lux into the back line, going to hurt the Malzahar. Our front line on the Xerath team is going down, but look at this last Xerath
Oh my
cast.
goodness.
Reddy's still alive though.
Okay, potentially our last fight after this carousel. Doesn't look like any crucial items here. We're just going for a higher cost tank item. Always a good choice to just have a little bit extra tank power to get the Xerath scaling for Setsuko and the Zoe and the Malzahar for ready.
Absolutely. I think that Setsuko's board, I mean, this is the thing we talked about earlier. We said that Setsuko, if he gets a spot where he can sort of play crazy flex TFT and sort of concoct some sort of magical 5-cost soup, he can be the win out player. And I think that's what happened here in this game. Look at this board. Who would have thought this board, like, if you in a million years when this board was a board, I would not have believed you. Like, I was like, how do you even get here, right? But
Yeah.
Setsuko made it happen, and we're looking pretty good for it. Can this Diana even have a chance of reaching the back? I don't think there's a Diana on the board anymore, actually. I think we got rid of it. Yeah. No more Diana. And here we go. Last battle here.
There's just a massive smite coming in from the electrical overload. The Xerath needs to get off one more cast. The Gallia casts again. The Zoe and the Malzahar are putting up massive amounts of damage though, and there goes the Xerath cast. And there goes Reddy's entire board.
Wait a second. One
wait a
last
second.
cast here. Wait, the
Oh,
burn,
wait,
the burn!
No! Oh my goodness, that is what a fight turnaround from the Malzahar and the Leona, giving Reddy a first place finish. That was a nail biter down to the last second.
3-star Leona paving the way with the power of the sun. Oh my goodness. The burn at the end was what did it. Who would have thought Leona would be a damage carry? Oh my goodness. Showing us up with a crazy board. 3-cost reroll, winning out the lobby on Zoe Malzahar. The Dumbify making Reddy look not that dumb at all. A genius move there. High IQ, if you might even say. And able to win out this lobby. Wow. What an ending.
What an ending. This is why we love TFT. We see some crazy creative boards coming out from our players. I still want to shout out Setsuko for the insane spreading roots into Bronze for Life play. If there was a player that could pull it off, it was Setsuko. But just coming a little bit short of Reddy's massive board. I think that had around 20k for effective health minus the dummy from the hefty rolls coming in. So super well played from our top 2 players.
Fantastic plays all around. All right. Well, we're looking forward to even more fantastic plays right after the break here. We're going to take a quick break and we'll see you back for the final game of the day to see who moves on and who gets eliminated. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are right back with the final game incoming on this second day of competition here at the Americas Regionals. It has been an absolute barn burner here in the TFT America Regionals. There have been so many good plays from these folks. Mad scientist sports concocted by creators, but also fantastic dumbify takes. Anything you name it, we've got it here in store at the Regionals Finals. It's been a fantastic day of TFT.
Definitely. Just a lot of like amazing plays being made for our top players here. Regionals is basically a summation of the pro circuit if you don't make it to Worlds, so these players will give it their all. Going in for a high risk, high reward play if you're some of our bottom players, in terms of points for, let's say, like Ladder Slayer, Precedent, or Pocky. But for on the flip side, if you're Setsuko, maybe you just go around and experiment a little bit more. Just play around with more creative boards because you are basically guaranteed in no matter what the outcome of the last game is.
Absolutely. Folks like Setsuko and Reddy are feeling pretty comfy in their spots. Folks like Prestivan are feeling pretty rough about their spots. But there's a couple of folks in the middle there that need to be careful, right? Broseph and Camille are currently projected to make it, but if someone like me First or Eighth or Pokegam is a very good game, all of that could change very quickly as we see. I think Pokegam's got a chance to make it out of this game. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully he gets a nice result here, but hey, you never know. Could get a crazy game from Prestivan or Ladder Slayer. We'll see.
Absolutely. Just going into this last game, did we spot an encounter for this game?
Not sure yet. We know it's not the 2 cost or 3 cost at the very least. As we see a bunch of 1 cost drops for now from all these players. Nothing too significant here. Shops. There's a pair of Kianas there. And it is a loot subscription game. Loot subscription here, so some crazy stuff could show up. Spatulas, emblems, duplicators. All of these are interesting things you could get from a loot subscription. Maybe some anvils too. So curious to see how our players adjust around that. There's going to be quite a bit of extra stuff, as you will, that will lead to some interesting comps.
Definitely. One of my favorite loot subscription plays is when you get the spat, you get the Galio unlocked and put a spat on the Galio to get some extra synergies or maybe 10 Demacia online. So I'm hoping for some extra spatula drops. Maybe some of our players do play around this Demacia lines like they do already, but with the extra bit of synergy added on top.
That would be very cool. As we see, looks like some players are... So I see, Scion drop for Ladder Slayer is actually really huge, as well as Broseph. Both players have Scions. We talked about earlier how much this Scion unit can give you a direction towards a Noxus line. If you unlock that LeBlanc, play around the Noxus units, it can be a very good way to sort of angle yourself for a high cap out board later in the game.
Definitely. Setsuko here itemizing the Viego to get that Yorick, already with the Yorick unlocked. Maybe opting into a Shadow Isles line that we haven't seen as much of in the more recent tournament games, but it's still a pretty decent line if you do decide to hit that max cap with the Thresh and some of the legendaries like Ornn and Fiddlesticks, still making that board extremely strong.
I love the Shadow Isles pick from Setsuko. Also, it's a strategic angle, right? He knows that it's not like the most premier line in the game, but given his place in the standings, he can test it, like you said, and also he can also just not be contested by others, right? There's no good reason to go through and try to contest a Shadow Isle spot unless your spot is way better than his, and he can say, yeah, my spot's okay. I've got, good units. I've got Shadow Isles. I may not cap it with the strongest board in the game, but in the right spot, especially with, hey, maybe the loot subscription prints an artifact for us. Artifacts are great for Shadow Isles, so all these things make Setsuko's spot, honestly, good for his spot in the standings. He will feel just comfortable playing this game.
Absolutely. Taking called shot there as well, knowing that we have the Viego too, and the pretty strong combat with the Sunfire online. We'll be able to take now a 5 streak because of the called shot, and getting some extra econ online as well.
Actually, pre-leveled, I think, which is crazy. He wants to be 5 right away. I guess he wants to make sure that the called shot does manage to pay off and get a 6 streak pretty much the rest of the entire stage. That's quite a bit of econ if he manages to make it work. Wants to make sure, though, that he runs into none of these scary upgraded boards, as we see folks like Ladder Slayer with a pretty good Demacian team, although Pocky... Is this Pocky on the other side? Never mind, it's someone else. I think it's Prestivan, who had another Invoker team as well.
The delayed start here not giving too great of a unit combo, although we do have the Shogun online for the Anivia. opting into some sort of AP line, keeping it flexible for now. And Ladder Slayer with the Silver Destiny into delayed start as well. That's going to give Ladder Slayer a little bit more econ from the Silver Destiny. If our Ladder Slayer, pretty happy with how this early game is turning out.
Yep, I mean, it's a pretty good combination to have at least two units that share a trait, at least, you know, on the board when you get delayed start, so you're not too sad about that, I'd say. I think one of the reasons some of these players are taking like delayed start, especially if they're lower in the standings, is that they need a big result here to make it happen. And with a Silver Augment, there isn't that much variance you can get, right? There's not that much sort of crazy boost you can get from Silver Augment, except if you magically luck out on something like a very good delayed start. In Ladder Slayer's case, that might have happened with these two Demacians, has a good chance to make it out with a Demacia board.
Definitely. Is that yet another delayed start taker from Cambuli? We see a lot of upgraded units there, not very many items slammed, but that is fine. We do have extra interest and econ online for all of our players who did decide to take that gamble line for, hey, maybe we get some good upgraded units, maybe it'll give us some direction for how we're going to play out our stage 3. But meanwhile, Setsuko with a Yorick 2 online, pretty poor, but we also have a Tarek on 2-3 as well. This spot is looking pretty decent.
I was going to say, maybe that's the reason you level to 5 immediately. The chance at seeing that Tarek is never 0 when you're at level 5, so why not try it? Manages to succeed with it. The Yorick 2, like you mentioned, and the called shot, Viego with a crit glove. I mean, this must be one of the best spots of all time for Shadow Owls in the history of TFT.
Definitely. Setsuko just being a Tarek magnet. We've seen him get a couple of Tareks on stage 5 and not stage 5, stage 2 on level 5 in our earlier games as well. Managed to hit this game, just setting himself up for some premier spots going into stage 3. Meanwhile, on the carousel, we do see a couple of key reroll units like Zoe, Malzahar, and Leona. I wonder if our players are going to take any of these.
Yeah, Leona, a very high priority. Malzahar, less priority I'm seeing so far, but we're seeing, yeah, Kimberly takes the glove at least. I will say there were 3 delayed starts in this lobby, actually 4 because of the prismatic, the Silver Destiny. So 4 delayed starts made for a very interesting start here. But yeah, as you mentioned, the Tarek on Setsuko's board again so early. I think you might say that Setsuko is honestly becoming the personification of aura farming with this aura on the Tarek, right?
Absolutely.
Has managed to get so many times in so early in these lobbies and making up for any early gold he spent with this called shot. A 7 streak, technically, in some ways, because of the called shot.
Definitely. And we have a full item online for the Viego now as well. Guardbreaker, premier item for Callista. So we're setting ourselves up for really, just like taking that niche line, a lot of success. Being we can spy some of that from Setsuko's early game boards, but looking at some of our other players here, Broseph slamming. Is that a Rageblade Deathblade Defender on the Caitlyn? I wonder what we're setting up for here.
Jinx line with the reroll is my only guess I can think of here, right? Deathblade is not a bad item on Jinx after as a damage item, like an AD item basically for Jinx. The Ginzu's is good for Jinx. The Defender emblem works with, you know, playing around, I guess, the Sejuani version of it. So in that case, maybe we don't have to run the Vi. We could run like maybe a Mundo with a Defender emblem or something. Those are my thoughts. It's probably leaning towards that side of things. Maybe something else happens. Who knows? Still very open.
Definitely. Ooh, and ready here. We don't see as many Ishtal lines coming in at this point in the patch, but getting a lost streak with some early Ishtal units is able to net him a little bit of extra resources in stage 2. I wonder if we will see a big rock coming into play for the final game of day 2.
I would love to see some big rock action, some big rock and roll action for this final lobby here. Pokygom, on the other hand, already has a couple of forecasts, by the way. Look at this Bel'Veth and this Lux. I mean, they don't really fit. I guess the Bel'Veth fits on the board. The Lux doesn't really fit on the board as a unit for any of our traits, but hey, forecast units are never really bad to play on stage 2. They're quite strong. And look at this Bel'Veth go. She is slipping and slapping onto the back line, trying to survive against this Caitlyn, who's trying to take her last long shot, sniping away, but not quite enough as she falls to this Bel'Veth.
For sure, that Belveth with an item in early game is looking quite formidable. She will slap through any frontline unit, just making her way back to the backline instantly. And Reddy already at 98 Sun Shards. Maybe we are on a path to the Big Rock here. I am very intrigued.
Yeah, well, pretty high tempo on the Sun Shard so far. Quite a few of them. And for now, playing around this Ahri is not a bad secondary carry. Has the Arcanist with the Nico as well. So, you know, Ishtal is happening. The only problem is, can we get enough shards quickly enough to make something cool happen? Because very often, you lose a bit too much health to really be able to cash out one of those bigger cash outs and have to settle for something around the 200s or so. So we'll see if Reddy ends up being able to stay into Ishtal for the rest of the game or ends up having to go into something else. It's going to see that Kiana 2 there in the shop if he wants to take it right now. Although if he wants to lose, maybe he doesn't want to make it yet.
Yeah, that is a good point. We have a couple of Kiana quests in the Ishtal line, for example, like hitting a Kiana 3 or the Kiana getting 3 takedowns. We've seen our players, a couple of our players take that quest actually. But if you do want to maintain that lose streak, maybe we will delay making that until the next round. Meanwhile,
That's 2
Pocky,
Belveths.
our player of choice, just tempoing with the Belveth pair.
Okay, I know that the Slayer line is not as strong as it once was, but if there's ever a time to go for the Slayer line, this must be the time. We have 2 Belveths, we have the ability to play around the Slayers, we have, you know, the Scion in the back, and yes, this Lux is on the board for now, but eventually we can play some sort of Bilge, Noxus, Void, Slayer combination and maybe just tempo our way to high, you know, high costs and fast 9 ourselves, and then not spend any money on 8, maybe go to level 9 and just be able to play the legendaries and cap out. So Slayers, still playable, still possible, and could even turn to a Noxus game later for Pocky.
Definitely. Another Ishtal line spotted from Precevent taking Spirit Link. Meanwhile, Broseph in a pretty solid spot with the defender. We are looks like he is opting for the Warwick line, like you said, with Jinx items. And Defender Warwick will be a pretty scary unit. But we are quite poor at taking Slam and just getting to a little bit of extra econ boost so that we can hit level 7, unlock the Warwick, and we can start scaling from there.
By the way, me first or 8th took the augmented power. A good gamble to take. He does manage to find a prismatic this time because the rest of the lobby is gold. Gonna be feeling pretty happy about that, I would say. Golden Dragon, I think, all on the way for Reddy, by the way. Look at the bottom there.
Gold Destiny into Golden Dragon. That's one of the augments that I don't see a lot of our players taking, but there are some niche lines that enable it. Meanwhile, Setsuko, level 7, 10 gold, still managing to keep that win streak after the 3-2 augment selection.
It is the worst case situation for Pocky, who was about to get a 5 streak there, and he even had this Belveth, right? So, I mean, honestly, if you're Pocky, you're feeling pretty hard done there by matchmaking because you really could have had a chance to 5 streak, but just rolled the one guy you needed to not play against in order to keep that 5 streak and get a bunch of gold. Now in a much trickier spot to try to make it to fast 9.
Definitely. Taking double econ there, we are a little bit richer compared to some of the other players in the lobby. But Ladder Slayer in a similar econ position, but taking a combat augment.
Yep, exactly. Other folks here with similar amounts of gold and leveling, but having better combat, which means in late game, stuff like that Soul Awakening could be very scary. In this case, the Arcane Victory, I believe, also can be scary for a team like Demacia that just wants to cast more often, right? The more times you get to cast, the better. And so in this case, Arcane Victory, not even that bad.
Definitely. Setsuko
Yeah.
now with a Braum as well, I believe that I've seen. And the Callista unlocked already as well.
Callista 3-3.
That is what an insane tempo play from Setsuko. Managing to maintain now a 12 win streak, counting the 4 wins that he got from his called shot. But going into this carousel, there are a few units that I'm eyeing here, all of them being taken immediately. All of the forecasts, like Swain or Braum, being very strong tanks that will maybe save some players a couple of HP points in stages 3, 5, and 3, 6. But otherwise, pretty standard carousel.
Pretty standard. A lot of pans, but pretty standard otherwise, doing okay. Yeah, I mean, Reddy is playing this Ishtal line, but yeah, he has to catch out early. He's 2 behind in terms of health. He has to make something happen here. He's going to try to find some semblance of a board, rolling quite a bit here on level 7 on 3-5. I guess he's trying to play around Ahri for now. Yeah, he's trying to lean into an Ahri line, it looks like. He's flexing back into Ionia. There is an Ahri 2, which could stabilize him a bit. He would have liked to see maybe some Yasuos here to try to get like, the Yone unlock for 3-6. Doesn't manage to find that. Is just going to play the Golden Dragon on this Mundo that becomes very big and goes where he pleases, along with his Ahri, who will dash around in the back line.
That is a massive window. Even if it's 1 star, that Golden Dragon hopefully will print him a couple of extra gold as well so that he can continue to roll for his upgrades. I haven't really seen an Ahri Mundo line. Are a lot of our players opting for like a Darius front line, or maybe just going fast 8-4, you know, the Wukong 2 front line. That can look a little bit strong, but the Mundo will be a lot of extra HP for that Ahri to scale.
You know what I could call this? We have Dumbify at home.
Dumbify
we
at
have
home.
Dumbify at home. Because this Mundo, unfortunately, no insult to Dr. Mundo, he might be a bit of a dummy, unfortunately. But he is a big tank and he will soak up the damage, right? So it actually kind of plays very similarly to that board we saw earlier with the Dumbify. I actually think it's still a very similar idea. It's just, like you said, it's unusual and the traits don't quite line up. So I'm curious to see what else we can fit onto this board besides just Bruiser. Maybe we'll play a different Bruiser instead, like a Wukong in that spot, and have a really strong Wukong 2 with a Golden Dragon. Could be good enough, right?
Definitely. Dumbify enjoyers continue winning this tournament as we see a Dumbify at home from on Reddy's board. Meanwhile, Brosa putting the Defender emblem on the Belveth for now, trying to at least give him a little bit of extra combat power, but not being enough versus the Dumbify, or sorry, the Mundo, who's acting as a Dumbify.
Dumbify at home. I will say, I'm interested in why Broseph is playing that Belveth. If I had to guess, if I was a gambling gal, right, I'd say there's actually a chance that Broseph sees that Pocky had a really good Belveth start and wanted to make sure that Pocky, one of the people that can sort of knock Broseph out of a spot, has a worse spot, right, by holding that Belveth. I feel like that's actually not a bad strategy, because if Pocky has a like a high tempo top 2 finish, there's a chance that if Broseph goes maybe 7th or 8th, Broseph gets knocked out and Pocky makes it in, right? So it's a strategic play, I think, to try to keep that Belveth for now, even if it's not going to be part of the final board. Or it could be part of the final board, who knows?
Yeah, super well played from Broseph there, knowing that he does need a little bit extra boost to get him into the top 4 that will qualify him for day 3. And Rennie, with the Ionia unit drops from neutrals, a little bit of a high roll, if I must say. And there's the Yasuo too. We will get the Yone online, although we don't have any unit slots just yet. A Wukong pair on level 7. If we do hit that, that's going to be massive.
Yeah, Wukong 2 with this Golden Dragon augment would be a massive body of HP. Although, it looks like we're actually moving on to the Kennen for now, because it's not, yeah. Kennen is the 2-star unit, so we're playing it on the Kennen for now. I wonder if there's a world in which Reddy says, actually, I want to reroll Ahri Kennen. Has the 2-star Kennen already, has the 2-star Ahri, right? And Kennen would benefit a decent amount and would get, you know, I mean, Ahri Kennen reroll was a thing, right? So it could work. It could work. It's hard to get a 3-star Wukong, but maybe it's a lot easier to get a 3-star Kennen. And 3-star Kennen, even without Artifact, is quite strong. So we'll see how this goes.
Absolutely. Looks like it will be enough to beat Sasuke. Looks like he rolled down, but that will be the end of Sasuke's win streak.
I mean, it was a long win streak. 11 wins in a row, maybe, or so. Getting 12, always difficult, but Setsuko still has to be feeling great about his spot with the Shadow Isles and can now slowly flex out into a very big board after he levels to 9.
For sure. Last augment of the day, 4-2 gold augment. I wonder what our players will be taking here. Looks like Broseph malicious monetization online.
Yeah, malicious monetization from Broseph there. Again, maybe he's trying to get as much gold as he can right now to get a board that can, like, again, A fourth or fifth might be good enough to just keep other folks out of the spots that he currently owns. And me first or eighth just hit both Draven 2 and LeBlanc, like Draven 3 and LeBlanc 3 in the background there. Has the max build, so I think the plan was to just use duplicators on in the future for that as well. But very strong board going to come online for me first or eighth, as Broseph does have this Jinx line. So like I said before, that Bel'Veth hold was a decoy just for the time to prevent the tempo plays and the 2-star hit for Pokkigom.
Definitely. Roll to 0 here, trying to find a Jinx 3 and maybe a Munder 3 it looks like, but it's just not going to be enough versus Ladder Slayer's board with the Lissandra 2 just pumping a massive amounts of damage.
List 2 still a formidable carry, especially with the Invokers online, especially at the 2-star level. Otherwise, this is just a standard Demacian board, right? We have the Galio unlocked, and we can just play this into maybe a level 9 Zillion, replace the Lissandra, add something else to the board, like a Shyvana. And the similar idea for Camberley, except Camberley has okay, this is another, like, tempo play, right? We have Kai'Sa on the board, 2-star. No one else is really playing for Kai'Sa. Having the long shot come with the Vayne, it's good enough. It's good enough. It will get us through this stage, and it'll allow us to sort of save money, save econ, and maybe potentially punish anyone who did not hit, right?
For sure. Speaking of people that did not hit, Broseph still on a Jinx 2-star and with no gold. Looks like he will lose this fight as well. Or maybe the Juggernaut Warwick will do it? No, it's just not going to be enough versus the Kai'Sa 2. Just slam it through the entire board, and now at 2 lives.
Yeah, it's a very scary spot because he took Malicious trying to get some gold back, but didn't really get a whole lot of gold back there. Also, he's sitting at quite low HP. If he goes 7th or 8th in this spot, he's at a very high risk of being eliminated by one of these other players if they finish high enough.
Definitely. Super dicey spot for Broseph, who will need to hit some units pretty soon. That Warwick 2 will be a significant upgrade. Maybe we have a 5 Jinx shop coming in on the next roll. Who knows? But we will hit to we will need to hit some key units to face against, let's say, me first or 8s, LeBlanc 3 and Draven 3, or Setsuko with a Thresh online as well. So these are looking like some scary stage 4 boards.
If you're one of these players that needs to try to win out, you cannot run into Setsuko at all. At all costs, you must avoid Setsuko. By the way, Pokkigom, completely different board. What happened to the board we had before? It's just completely different. We're back to Demacia with Azir. This is the idea from Pokkigom. Just try to play around a scaling Azir, try to win out with Sharimans. Maybe we can... Xerath unlocked, by the way. Oh my goodness.
Xerath online.
Okay. Pocky could win out the lobby with the Xerath. If he gets the Xerath 2, he's got a chance. He just needs to find 2 more mana items so the Xerath gets a chance to cast multiple times in a fight. I really love Pocky's spot. He's got a lot of HP, and he's got a chance to make it happen. The 2-star Seraphine and the 2-star Lux for now holding up the 4th.
Definitely. We will need to hit that Garen relatively soon. Me for Tsurate's board is just way too strong. That Draven with the Thieves' Clubs will pump out massive amounts of damage and a little bit of extra gold for him to hit the Darius 3-star. And Setsuko here, we just saw the end of that fight, but him netting out an extra win for him to just cement his HP lead in a pretty solid spot. But Precedent going 8th. It looks like it will be the end for Precedent.
He was already in a very tough spot because his points total was not very high, and I think he just, I think at a certain point when you're not doing so hot, it's really tough to maintain that level. There is the 2-star Garen, so now we have a very stable front line. We did have to sacrifice some gold for it here, so it's a little bit scary, but honestly, I like it. I think we need to stabilize here and make sure we survive long enough to unlock some of these bigger Sharimans.
Absolutely. How will this fare against now an RW3 and a Yone 2? This board is looking pretty big and menacing. And a Cannon 3.
Cannon 3. Bad timing for Pokkigom. He did just spike where he ran out of juice, and this is going to look a little bit scary. He needs to hit that Xerath 2 and that Azir 2 to really have a chance to win out this game.
Definitely. Oh, and the LeBlanc just winning that fight for me first or 8th. Some super close fights here from our stage 4 boards. Like, all of our players need to start hitting either their key upgrades. Ladder Slayer still hasn't hit the Garen yet. The Juggernaut emblem is pretty strong on the Garen, but it needs the upgrade for an extra bit of combat power. And Pokemon still needs to scale the Xerath. We have our Shroomians online, but um, maybe we get lucky here with a double Xerath shop, a double Azir shop, and then his board could be even better.
I think that Pocky, you saw him take that Seraphine 2 off the board. I wonder if he's contemplating saying, look, I need to win out this game. I can't just go down. I must go down swinging. Maybe he's even thinking, like, claiming I need to sell the Seraphine for gold to try to get to level 9 faster, one turn, and then try to roll for a Zero 2 or Xerath 2. I think that's his idea, right? He's saying, look, the Seraphine is not, like, Disruptor, it's fine if I lose Disruptor. The real star of this comp is making sure that Xerath gets the cast. Maybe if I can just squeeze my econ enough to get to level 9 next turn, I might be able to find the upgraded Xerath and maybe have a chance to make it in this game.
Definitely. If we can find some extra upgrades along the way, like a Galio 2, that will be massive for Pocky's board.
You see Broseph here on a final life, never hit that 3-star Jinx, and sort of sitting in a rough spot, going up against a better 3-star reroll line. Broseph is about to go to 7th.
Oh my goodness. There is the Kindred still online, and that Warwick is going to do... Oh, it just gets one-shot by the Draven and the LeBlanc, and looks like this will be it for Broseph.
And Broseph goes down, and that opens up the door for so many players. Broseph was sitting in that top 4 spot, but now folks like Me First or 8th and Pokygom have chances to make it with better performances. It's all about the amount of points they make up here. They need to finish with at least 3 more points than Broseph did here to make it out. If not 4, I think, actually. So basically they need a 3rd or a 2nd or better for either Pokygom or Me First or 8th to make it out above Broseph.
Absolutely. This is going to be a crucial few rounds for Pocky and Me for sure, both setting at 52 points. The Xerath now online with a double Archangels. That's going to do so much damage if it actually gets to cast. As we've seen from the previous game, as long as it has a pretty decent front line, that Xerath will wipe out half the board. And it will be the end of some of our players, but he does need to hit that.
As we see Camille's board, very just like generic, stable, long shot board with the Demacians, and honestly, it's performing decently well. We saw Broseph get a 5th last game with this idea, and right now it's sort of, you know, beating all these folks who are trying to save up to go level 9. It's working so far to perfection. Ladder Slayer's going to lose a bit of health here. Pokygom, oh no, ran into this Shadow Isle Steam from Setsugo, going to take more HP loss. Pokygom down to 1 life, I think.
Yeah, speaking of the Shadow Isles board, we have all of our upgrades online except for the Thresh, and we are sitting at 10 gold, so we're not going 9 anytime soon, but the pure raw strength coming from that board with all of the upgrades, with the Braum 2 tanking for the Callista damage amp, is not going to fare that badly against any, like, oh my gosh, that is a Shyvana 2 with some scary items.
Who's it going to run into? It's Me First or 8th on the other end who has hit all those 3 stars. What is better, Fast 9 with a Shyvana 2 or 3-star 3-cost reroll here from the Me First or 8th board with a Prismatic? Oh my goodness, what's better? What's better?
What is better? That Darius is going to just heal back to full if it does cast. And look at that. That Darius just putting out so much combat power. Will it be enough against Cambule's board?
There it is. Okay, so Me First or 8th does manage to win that, but so does Pokygom. They both stay alive. Ladder Slayer loses some health there as well. It's going to come down to some of these fights. The Carousel here, the Bilgewater Emblem, not really that helpful for anybody. There is an Ornn if you wanted to play for that if you're someone like Setsuko. Me First or 8th does take away with the Hodge. Opts for that there. Oh man. So nothing too crazy here left.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Hodge will be just a decent Draven item for Me First or 8th. You know, 3-item carries are super important in capping out your late game board. And we're sitting at 29 gold, just a wee bit short for us to go 8M slot in an extra unit for potentially a quick striker online for the Draven, which will be huge. But we need to survive one more round for that to happen.
One more fight is all it takes. We are seeing the effects of this really strong Soul Awakening, right? It's making a huge difference for the board, the combat helping quite a bit, and otherwise a pretty standard three-star, three-cost roll. Running right into Pokygom, this could be a fight for tournament life here. Here we go. I think Pokygom might be out. I'm not sure if that's Xerath 2. It might just be a Xerath 1.
That is still a Xerath 1, although it does have a blue buff now, and it will cast, but the key units are still alive for me for Wraith.
Can the Xerath get one more cast off? If this Garen stays alive long, oh gosh!
Oh my gosh, the Xerath just living on
One more
HP,
cast?
and it will cast, and
Oh
down
my
goes me
goodness.
first Wraith. Wow, what a huge win for Pokygom.
Clutch victory with a tournament life on the line for Pokygom. He stays alive, has the chance to see the Xerath again, does get the Oasis Reprieve. Okay, he's still in it. Rolls past it because he prioritized the Xerath for now, I think. Yeah, okay. I mean, Xerath 1. Xerath is such a huge cap on this board, and this Garen with the Juggernaut emblem was just enough to survive. Big plays from Pokygom, but he still has to win at least 2 more rounds, I think, to make it out.
Definitely on the edge of his seat here, trying to position the Swain so that it just clumps into the enemy carries. Hopefully it'll stall enough for the Xerath to cast.
Oh no, but it's ready.
Oh.
With this Golden Dragon on such a big front line, can we break through with the Xerath? The Galley going to jump from the skies. Descends, but the front line is almost already dead. Xerath needs to get a huge cast off here. It's not going to break through the Dragon, but doesn't even, but the Ahri's still alive.
Oh, and down goes the Garen, and it'll just not be enough.
Not quite enough. And down goes Pokygom. Not enough placements there to make it out, so I think Broseph might stay alive after this one.
Definitely. And down goes Ladder Slayer as well. We are down to our top 3. And all of our players that we needed to look out for, who were on the 50 to 52 cutoff range, are now eliminated.
I think so. I think the top 4 from just before this game started will maintain their placements. Pocky was the last bastion trying to make the underdog comeback. Unable to make it happen with the Xerath. Never hit the Xerath 2. And now it's just a battle between Reddy, Setsuko, and Cambuli here for first place.
Definitely. Super, super well played from Cambuli here. Taking a line that most players wouldn't really opt for going into a relegation, placement deciding game that will affect whether or not he goes into day 3. And opting for the line that nobody really chooses, hitting the Gallia too, and just like playing around those long shots and a Demacia board that is relatively less played compared to the AP lines. Just really, really well executed from Cambuli. That will net him the top 3 spot at least.
Undervalued, underplayed, but Demacia is still a useful trait, and we're seeing it time and time again in this tournament. What a Demacian game, not the standard one, but worked around with this Kaisa and long shot Kog'Maw. The Kog'Maw providing just the long shot, and that's all you really need.
Definitely. How will this fare against Setsuko's Shadow Isles board? Looks like we are pivoting down just a little bit with 2 Callistas just hammering it down from the side, but the Ghost board is just simply not strong enough to beat Cambuli's.
Cambuli has kept up with some massive 5 costs here at level 9. It's a good, we rode the tempo of this Kaisa all the way up there during stage 4 and managed to make it here, and feeling pretty happy about the spot, feeling happy about moving into tomorrow, and really just enjoying TFT at this point.
Definitely. What is TFT but not just a game? We need to enjoy playing it.
It reminds me of, oh my goodness. Wait, Setsuko's going for a 3-star 4 cost, by the way.
Oh, looks like we did not hit. Just going for that best of 3. We know that we're now winning against these higher cap boards with, from Cambuli's board, Shyvana 2 online, that Kaisa and the Gallia 2 ready to roll. Will he even proc the Gallia? Looks like he does not, and Setsuko goes down, taking a solid 3rd place.
Setsuko at least doing all the viewers a solid who love the dummies, saying, here's 2 more. This time they're crash test dummies.
The dummies stay winning.
They really do. Top 4 yet again is another dummy, and in this case, it's a golden dragon. All right. Fiddlesticks 2 on the board. It's me battle of the 3-star golden dragon cannon versus the 3-star Ahri versus this crazy fast 9 Kaisa everything soup board. Oh my goodness. Plot armor also, by the way, helping a ton in terms of having a tanky front line here. But is it going to be enough against a massive board here from Reddy? Here we go.
Yeah, ready on an 8 win streak. See how this kind of fares.
Ari casting in the back line. The Shyvana does jump in. But my goodness, this Kennen, look at all the black lines on that health bar. They are not going down so far. Although, slowly and but surely this Kai'Sa is working across the damage. Hold on. Can Ari get enough casts off here?
Oh, slowly but surely. And the Kennen is still alive, but that Garen is as well. It's just going to come down to the last cast, and Ari just gets off the last cast and puts Camberley down to 1 life.
1 life left for Camberley. It's the final countdown here in the final lobby of the day. Last Carousel. Vanquisher spat? Interesting. Thieves Glove's interesting. The Gunblade, though. Well, the long shot emblem denial is actually clutch. Because Camberley's playing around the long shots, right? It makes sense to deny the 3rd long shot emblem. And
Absolutely.
here we go. Last roll downs for both these players.
Well, nothing really to hit on Camberley's side. We just gotta hope that the positioning works out. You know, we've hit all of our key upgrades, including the 5 cost. So now it's all up to fate. We gotta pray to Mordog to see if he can bring it home or if Reddy will take down with the Golden Dragon online.
Yeah, key to this fight is that Camberley really needs to get the Kai'Sa to somehow target other units that are not named Kennen. If we can burst down some of these other targets with the casts, there's a chance that we can sort of get a chance to start working against that Kennen. But this Bramble-vested Golden Dragon Kennen is so tanky and truly proving to be a better dragon in some ways than the Shyvana is. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and the unit just gets off 1 more cast, and that is huge, although the Garen is surviving for so long.
Wait. Ari, 1 more cast, not enough.
Oh, not
Hold
enough.
on. Game's not over.
Okay, ready, getting the set online for the 7 Ionia. Are we sacking the Golden Dragon? We are sacking the Golden Dragon for an extra unit slot for 7 Ionia for a little bit of extra combat boost.
Interesting idea. I think it makes sense because Ionia on, like, I'm not sure exactly what the Ionia path was, but if the Ionia path is good, maybe it's enough to make Ari's cast and Yone's cast be more powerful, and the set could provide some CC for to move some of the frontliners around to give a chance to win this fight. Here we go. Could be the final fight here. Shyvana into the back line. As we see this Kai'Sa zooming from side to side. Ari casting over and over again, trying to make the damage happen.
The frontliners from Camberley just still alive, but that was a big settle, but will it be enough?
Big set boom, but this Garen is staying alive for so long, and Shyvana's alive for so long. A few more casts for the Ari. She needs time. It's coming to the last cast.
The last cast! Oh my goodness! And
Camberley
Camberley
takes it. What a final lobby. It came down to the last bit of mana and the last cast, but in the end, it's going to be Camberley who reigns victorious in this one.
Definitely. It was just down to the last second. Again, we've seen it last game, we've seen it this game. Just really comes down to the wire when it comes to the last units getting their final cast off. And the victorious one was ready from that last game. But again, super interesting lines that our players are taking, and I loved seeing the Golden Dragon make its appearance for the final game of day 2.
Golden Dragon was truly golden indeed. Not quite enough to win out, but what a game from both these players at the end. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a determiner of who moves on. Great finishes from both these two who are definitely making it to the final day of the tournament.
Definitely. Let's see who has qualified after that last game. Would love to take a look at the standings. Looking at points, Reddy with the first place, decidedly pulling away. Looks like the scores are still being populated for Reddy and Camberley.
I believe it's going to end up being a Setsuko, Reddy, Broseph, Camberley as the final 4 making it through after all the scores are tabulated, because they still have points to gain, and Pocky is only 1 point above Camberley before the scores are entered. So I think that's going to be our final 4 qualifiers for the final day of regional finals tomorrow.
Definitely. What a lobby. We're seeing all 3 CTG players. We see Setsuko being the sole Vitality representation for our top 8. some underdogs like JRC or Ready that we didn't expect to be making final lobby necessarily, but they had a stellar tournament performance pulling through, and we will see potentially 5 or more games of them in tomorrow's day 2 that will decide who will make the Tactician's crown.
Absolutely can't wait to see who makes it to those world qualifying events. It's going to be great to see the players in action again. Honestly, I want to see someone like JRC or Ready make a run, because they've been exceeding everyone's expectations this entire tournament, right? Playing in all the way from the early stage of the tournament, making it this far, and now in the final day after everything has been played out. We'll see what happens.
Absolutely. We love seeing an underdog story. Super, super well played from all of our players. And again, some amazing TFT being played. This is why we love TFT. Every game, down to the last second, down to the last T, a nail biter from games 1 through 6. And so super, excited to see more of this tomorrow. And it will be a checkmate format as well, which will make it even